check it. Check it. Oh, I think I got the fever. I'm heated. Pumping up the meter. Roll me a ringleader, mad party bleeder. Take this with a storm. Lead after lead after leader. Hey, can you dig it? I come alive, only give me what you got. Back up, pump, stick up, pump your fist up. You check the side of the buck shots and bust slip up. Yeah. Make it feel alright. Move it up all night. Body rock. Show me what you got. Let Bob break. Slip up. Yeah. Make it feel alright. Move it up all night. Body rock. Show me what you got. Let Bob break.
Hey, what's going on, man? Come on in. You ready to play? Hey, guys, look who's here. Yo! Hey! Whoa! What's up? Come on!
My daddy and my mommy.
Yeah. Anyway. Another day, another Death Stranding. Another day in December. Another Death Stranding. Yeah, let's take a dookie. Let's see what this is. Porter's coming through again. You know, hold on. Let's check on BB. Oh, BB. How you doing, BB? Oh, that's new. Oh, that's new. Don't. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is? What the fuck was that? What the fuck? What the fuck? That was so scary. Oh my god, that was so scary, actually. Hey, buddy. Oh wow, that was horrifying. I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna get out of here. You know what? Let me eat a little guy. Oh god, don't take a bite. Just put the whole thing in there. God, that has to be weird. That has to feel weird. Digesting. Hello? Game? Did I, Okay. Memory chips. Ah, yeah. One of the original plastic robot figurines creating Kotobukiya. The Byaka White Tiger. Based on one of Yoji Shinkawa's designs. Very cool that Yoji Shinkawa's in this game. Excuse me. Alright, let's get out of here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked.
I got mics. Cool. You know, I'll make one. Yeah, I'll take a one. Let's go. Let's get to the Elder. Okay, that's alright. Can't do it any better. Let's head out.
Order assigned. Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
So now that we out here, let's get into one of this. Okay.
Make this. I admit, I too fell for that CD Projekt Red magic. I presumed the game would be perfect because what I'd played of The Witcher 3 I'd immediately placed on the highest pedestal in my house. When I finally played Cyberpunk 2077, I personally did so after spending 2 years quietly and not publicly tempering my expectations. I knew well the size of the development studio that made it, as compared to the size of the development studio that had made, for example, Red Dead Redemption 2. Expectations thus calibrated, I enjoyed Cyberpunk 2077 quite thoroughly. In my review, I've decided to compartmentalize my good impressions away from my bad impressions, so as to provide those seeking a hit of optimism an easy place to access it, and those seeking a hit of pessimism an easy place to access that. Though I'll say here, up front, that according to my thorough analysis of my 177 hours of game footage, ultimately the good outweighs the bad. I enjoyed more of Cyberpunk 2077 than I did not. However, while reviewing this game, I found myself, more often than not, continuing to wrestle with a series of prickly elephants. The foremost of those elephants involved epilepsy. One reviewer of Cyberpunk 2077 remarked that a scene in the game triggered her epilepsy. Now, I promise I will not show the epilepsy triggering thing in this video. I don't expect any congratulations for that or anything. I mean, what I am about to show you is the post-patch version of the epilepsy triggering thing. After a patch, CD Projekt Red drastically reduced the strobing effect. In fact, it doesn't strobe at all anymore, it just lights up. So when I show it, just imagine it's strobing if you want to. The epilepsy trigger in question happens during the brain dance sequences. Brain dances are the world of Cyberpunk 2077's form of mass-marketed virtual reality. To enter a brain dance, an experiencer puts a little headgear thing on, which flashes two strobe lights alternately above each of their eyes. It turns out that CD Projekt Red developers had based the strobe pattern of the original pre-patch brain dance device on actual known prominent epilepsy trigger patterns. With military-grade precision, they had replicated these exact strobes right here in this video game, as though that were any kind of a good idea at all. Someone who happens to be a video game critic for a large website happens to have an actual epileptic seizure while playing this part in a pre-release copy of the game. They informed CD Projekt Red and the internet at large. CD Projekt Red responded by informing the critic that they would fix the scene as immediately as possible. The very next day, with utmost decency, they released a patch that both introduced an epilepsy warning disclaimer to the beginning of the game and removed the epilepsy trigger from the brain dance sequence. I could admonish them for including the trigger in the first place, though enough people have done that by now, so I'll just say it was marvelously professional of them to remove it as quickly as they did. It's not a small amount of work. What interest conflictingly sticks with me is the repugnant manner in which some fans responded. In multiple medium-sized droves, they sent specifically epilepsy-triggering video clips to the critic in question. These people hadn't even played the game yet. They simply found themselves so submerged in a state of hype about a game they felt pretty confident about someday soon liking that they refused to tolerate any criticism of the precious work at all, even objective, scientific criticism. In the past, I've preached about my good time hat. When I decide to enjoy a piece of work before I engage with it, I say I've put on my good time hat. The good time hat allows you, the beholder, to focus on only the beautiful aspects of the work. If you decide to have a good time, you do have a good time. However, I've noticed in recent years that often in the hands of an unskilled wielder, a good time hat goes wrong. On occasion, a previously regularly jolly individual might find that at some motel-adjacent laundromat or another, a mechanical malfunction of nebulous provenance pulls together the knitted threads of that good time hat, which for long decades happily stuffed their trusty duffel, and now subtly they suffer a slow deprivation of circulation skullward at the grip of the now inextricable headwear. At last, the hat too tight, here they find themselves rib-cage deep in the love-hate relationship's less fruitful cousin, the hate-to-love relationship. They have become one of the only sorts of human people worse than a hater. They have become a hater-hater. So it happens that hype-engorged individuals will on occasion commit loud acts of reverse no-man's-skying, abominable enough to taint even my ironcladly earnest attempts to enjoy a work. I'm saying y'all out there need to calm down. I saw some guys yelling at a critic who said they didn't play all the side quests and gave the game like a 7 out of 10. These people were like, you shouldn't be allowed to review the game if you didn't play 100% of the side quests. And like, man, I'm sitting here right now, and I definitely did all the side quests. And I gotta say, my overall opinion was definitely pretty locked in, tight at right about the end credits of my first story completion, which I did at like 20% side quests. Didn't meaningfully change that much after that. You people are out there like turning this video game into the Snyder cut of itself, and it's literally already out. The hating of the loud minority of Cyberpunk 2077 card-carrying pre-fans eventually iceberged colloquial critical opinion. The game transformed into a basketball hoop for dunking on itself. It became a nonchalantly passive pastime for even game-adjacent about-media talkers to prosaically roll their eyes in one-up-personally soundbite attempts. I saw a guy in my own Discord, discord.gg/actionbutton, aka the Goblin Bunker, literally call Cyberpunk 2077's campaign insanely short. First of all, we don't say insane anymore to modify adjectives. Second of all, buddy with a scientist's interest. I visited howlongtobeat.com at this moment in the writing process of this script. There, nearly 3,000 players had reported that the main story took them 21 hours to play. Now, I wouldn't call that insanely short by any stretch, and we'll get into why I think that later in this review. Though I will say that I combed through my 177 hours of game footage of Cyberpunk 2077, and I extracted an interestingly different number for the exact length of the campaign. Furthermore, I'd propose that we need to factor the length of at least one of the several main side quest lines into our measurement of the campaign's length. Cyberpunk 2077's modular structure begs for us to do this. Judy Alvarez is a drop-dead beautiful human individual who, as of her exit from the main storyline, has just suffered several tragedies reserved usually for semi-protagonists in a work of 19th century Eastern European literature. When she calls you from the darkest depths of a depressive episode and asks if you'll come over to talk to her, what kind of absolute freak would choose the
"Sorry, I'm busy"
dialogue choice that immediately and mercilessly snips off her character for the rest of the game's campaign? We need to factor in some, not all, some of the side quests to the bare bones running time of the game, or else we're genuinely talking about it. In this light, saying the campaign is 21 hours feels abjectly ridiculous. Yet 3,000 people clambered over one another to claim that they, too, finished the campaign in 21 hours. Look, I love howlongtobeat.com. At least, I love the idea of it. As someone who plays video games for work and plans my work weeks or months ahead of time, I love knowing generally how many hours it's going to take me to play through a video game. Though I find that the lengths reported on howlongtobeat.com often suffer the way recipe estimates do. People underreport length to make themselves look quote-unquote cooler than everyone else claims likewise, so as to not appear slothful, even as a baseless statistic. You know what I'd like? I'd like it if Sony and Microsoft and Steam and whoever else would work together with howlongtobeat.com. I've developed games for all major consoles and for Steam, and I know all about hooking in achievement tracking. Platforms could easily allow developers to background flag content as main campaign, or side quest, or menu, or open world traversal, or any other category. With players' consent, games could report these numbers anonymously directly to howlongtobeat.com. Then, a guy like me who just wants to know really exactly how long it takes the average player to get through the main story content in Ghost of Tsushima could find that number without having to play an impossible game of not enough information poker against a wall of faceless liars. Like, if we can't rely on all the power of the internet to tell us generally how long a video game is, what else don't we know for sure about life on this earth? In summary, my experience sifting through the discourse of Cyberpunk 2077 has left me with a renewed urge to propose concrete solutions wherever I see glaring opportunities to do so. It's also left me with a renewed sense of fear at what is happening to the truth. Left me feeling weak. I usually consider myself immune to hype and able to pierce through every layer of conversation to see only the part. I was at E3 in a vlogger capacity the year Bethesda demoed The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion with Xbox 360. They even invited...
My truck now. See you later, fuckos. Oh shit. Ah shit. Fuck. Alright. Just run around for a little bit. There's gotta be another truck. Oh, come on. Is that it for the Wonder Truck? There's another one. I need a vehicle. I need a woman. That's a reference. No one's I usually say that. I mean it this time because, like, fuck it. It's a game no one's played. Oh, it's fucked up. It's whatever. It's a truck is a truck. Fuck off. Fuck off. Ah, whatever. Oh, shit. I'll go back to the other one. Oh, I'm going a bad way. God, they're so good at like throwing spears. Whoa, whoa, hey. Waha, follow me, guys. Oh shit, okay. You're good, buddy. You're good, dude. Alright, just don't even bother to like look where you're going, just go. Just go in a direction. Punch it! Punch it, Chubby. Actually going the direction I need to go. Alright, so we're good.
Did a jerk like me for a private room appointment to look at me. They gave me a banana nut muffin the size of my human skull and a good, real cup of fun. I often think about how many muffin dumpsters it took to convince the world at large that the sequel to Weirdos' favorite game, Morrowind, was an unimpeachably world-class video game. Every time someone says Fallout, I think, well, first I think new Vegas. Then I think Mission Impossible Fallout. Then I think
I remember kids at school being like, there's this game called Fallout, and you can kill anybody. You can kill the characters in the story.
And then, I think, Muffin Dumpster. I've thought myself some kind of principled individual to have managed to dislike every Elder Scrolls game since Morrowind, despite the deliciousness of that one very large, long-ago muffin. But now that I've seen what I've seen these past several years regarding Cyberpunk 2077, I wonder genuinely where principle ends and contrarianism begins. Often commenters beneath my videos delighted, pointing out how long it takes me to start talking, quote, about the game, unquote. I'll admit, I draw out these context-zone segments quite lavishly on purpose, because I hate the people who complain about these segments, probably as much as their mothers, significant others, pets, and children do, and I wish they'd go away. I enjoy the quote-unquote joke of making the game appear for many minutes secondary to a discussion of the world that birthed the game. Though on the other hand, context is more than king. Context can be the kingdom itself. I am always talking about the game all of the time, and this rings quadruply true so far for this review of Cyberpunk 2077. All this is taking the long way to say I tried. I tried to separate the discourse from my review of the game. However, after a lengthy scientific analysis, I determined that I simply cannot extricate my opinions on the conversation surrounding Cyberpunk 2077 from my review of Cyberpunk 2077. While I was writing this segment, a news story broke that CD Projekt Red had been hacked, and hackers were holding the game's source code hostage. This is becoming a cartoon. I'm not even going to pretend to try to think of something to say about that just for the purpose of talking about it here in the relevant place. Because at the end of the day, maybe the most cyberpunk thing about Cyberpunk 2077 has nothing to do with its plot and everything to do with the fact that as of less than 3 months of its existing, discussion pertaining merely to reviews of Cyberpunk 2077 has reached the Google search result volume yielded from the 25-year-old internet search phrase darling, Final Fantasy VII. So when I say that this next section of this review is about the graphics, and, well, it is. Though it's also about a little bit more than that.
Well, that's the end of part 1. Citizen Keanu is the name I came up with for that one, and I actually did write it in the script. There was a part where I literally said in the script, we call this one Citizen Keanu. And I cut it because nobody flat out says Citizen Kane in Citizen Kane. So I figured if I had said, we call this one Citizen Keanu, it would have looked like I thought I was, of all the things, been on the internet for 20 years now, which is a long time. I would get like 2,800 words from a guy who's like, you think you're so clever for realizing that all the letters of the name Kane exist in Keanu? Keanu is partially anagrammatical with Kane. You think that makes you so smart? I just thought it was a fun title. Originally, that script was quite hairy. It had a lot of extraneous drama to it. There was a little bit too much drama in the Keanu story, and I ended up cutting about 12 minutes here and there. Believe it or not, I do cut stuff. Cut about 12 minutes of that Keanu story. I wrote it in a really cyberpunky style. I tried to go for like a William Gibson style, and I missed the broad side of the biggest barn in town, so I decided I should just pare it down before I...
Here's your medicinals, buddy
Delivering
boy.
cargo.
I've been expecting you. You are my lifeline. I've only managed to get this far thanks to porters, and you don't ask for anything in return. You have my gratitude. Let's see how's the package. Not bad. Thanks.
Nice, 69. I'm a master handler. Now I'm a great handler. No longer 69.
So you're here on behalf of Fragile Express. Please tell me you put the terrorists behind you. When Fragile, the daughter of the founder, started associating with other couriers, things started getting scary around here. Rumors say that she caused the explosion at Middle Knot City, and there's a part of me that believes it. Of course, she could be just another one of their victims. Are you connecting the chiral network? I don't mind a contract with Bridges, but I'm not going to join the UCA. Go ahead if you're fine with that.
Maybe you already heard it from Fragile, but preppers who don't want to be a part of the UCA can still sign a contract with Bridges to join the network. They get to use our delivery services and other basic chiral network infrastructure, much like our full members. Similarly, you'll be able to use their chiral printing facilities to replenish your supplies. They are not, however, obligated to exchange data with us. So don't expect them to share intel or help with the development of new tech. In an ideal world, everyone would be a part of the UCA, of course. But failing that, we want everyone to at least be a part of the network. They can always change their minds after the fact. The Cupid will interface differently with the terminal depending on the type of contract. So connect your Cupid to confirm.
New strand. Stop. What the fuck is that thing? There was a thing over there, and I was like, what is that?
The company just got too big. Times like these, we should all keep it close and tight. That goes for couriers, too. Otherwise, we'll just make the same mistakes. Republics, federations, coalitions, states, connecting all kinds of people together. It's just asking for trouble. Sorry. It's been a while since I last talked to anyone. Travel safe. See you around, then.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Yeah, I'll do these three. Why not? Wine. There we go. Alright, just gotta... Okay.
Excellent work, Sam. You've brought 3 way stations into the fold. The preppers are on the grid and the Cairo network is looking better than ever. We're planning to use a regional distro center as our next way station. But that'll have to wait. Got a priority task here. A mess in need of cleaning up. We need you to recover one of Lake Knot City's system servers. They sent it out for repairs and mules hit the transport on the way back. The server contains validation data for a new delivery system we're deploying. Once in place, it will use the Cairo network to automate deliveries. To us, it's invaluable. To the mules, it may as well be a toaster. A toaster they'll happily tear apart for the Cairo crystals and rare earth metals inside. If we don't act quickly, we could lose that data. So get your ass to the mule's drop site, snatch the server, and bring it back to Lake Knot City. I'm putting the order in myself.
Okay.
Check your cufflinks for details.
Yeah.
Sam, you can now submit upgrade requests for structures. If there's one you use a lot, you should definitely consider it.
Alright. Is there a time limit? Because, I kind of just want to take care of these things first. Hold on, let me see where the truck is. Also, there was a thing around, and I was like, what the fuck is that? This, what is this? Online bridge, okay. Okay, so let me just, okay.
Embarrass myself. So that's what I did. I pared it down a bit. I don't know if I stopped myself from embarrassing myself with any of that. Watching it again just now on my 77-inch C10 OLED television that I mentioned many times in this video. I think the stupid fake computer interface I designed for the part where I'm talking about being a journalist, I really wanted to include more footage of the Westin Bonaventure Hotel, which is featured in the excellent film Strange Days, among other things. Strange Days, I believe, is the best usage of the Bonaventure in the movie. I couldn't cobble together enough footage. I was literally going to fly to Los Angeles and film a scene there, like a dramatic scene, and then I don't have the filmmaker chops to do that yet. How's my lighting? I lit this scene myself. I wanted it to look cyberpunk. So I ended up thinking, well, what if I just flex my graphic design skills and try to make a 1990s movie authentic computer interface, which is what I did for that part where there's all of the stupid windows on the screen. Put a bunch of cheesy words on there, made the cheesy hacker skull, where it's like you've been hacked and there's a skull on the screen. It's like the kind of thing that my initial plan was to go for the kind of ugly fake computer interface that a visual effects artist on a 1990s film loosely based on an obscure 1980s science fiction short story would presume computer hacker software stuff looked like. I started with like a 1-to-1 in terms of like screen space usage, just a 1-to-1 ripoff of Dennis Nedry's You Didn't Say the Magic Word from the Jurassic Park movie. The Jurassic Park movie? Does anybody call it the Jurassic Park movie? Lord, I've been calling it that in my head since 1993, the Jurassic Park movie. Because I'd read the book at the time I went to see that movie, so I was like, I've just been calling it the Jurassic Park movie for that whole time. Just did not mean to give up that little detail about myself. Anyway, Dennis Nedry, also known as Newman. Wayne Knight, beautiful man. You see Basic Instinct. Wonderful guy. Also, the way the computers look in Jurassic Park, the interface on the computers in Jurassic Park. I was like, I'm just gonna rip this off. And then I did. and it was pure and solid. It was just beautiful gold. And then I was like, I'm just like, okay, I don't know. What if I made it look a little cooler? And then I made it look a little cooler, and then I made it look, I was like, oh, now it needs to look worse. And then I made it look like way worse. And then I was like, well, why don't I make it look kind of action button-y? So it's like this action button OS. I think it just ended up looking really bad. Viewing it in a little tiny window, little preview program window in Adobe Premiere, it does not really convey.
Hello, CG. Welcome. I stole a truck. And I'm gonna do my best to not fuck things up. So I'll go to the engineer first. Okay. Anyway, let's go.
What it's gonna look like in 77 inches a television screen, and just looking at it, I was like, oh man. So that's my number one note on that segment. The rest of it,
God,
I
right
think
there.
I pulled the, I'm not gonna Google it, because that would be too much fun for Google, for the analytics.
no, those
tool.
are just people.
I pull that one a few too many times, and that's a joke I've been making now for 10 some years, saying like there's a couple of action button dynamic reviews where I'm like, oh, reading about it, researching it's no fun. Let's engage in conjecture. Now there's just so much of that in the world. It's kind of formed the basis of most earthly philosophies at this point have refoundationalized themselves to put, I'm just gonna think about it, original research on this this pedestal. Maybe I should retire that particular routine and consider it retired. As of this video, as of right now. Do you like how I'm wearing the merch shirt? I bought this shirt on the CD Projekt Red merch store. Bought this jacket as well. Didn't get one of the jackets at E3. Another thing, so I went to the whole Citizen Keanu thing about how I didn't say Citizen Keanu out loud, how I cut that part from the script before, cut it in the bathroom before I sat down to read that part. There's the part where I talk about the game getting pulled from the PlayStation Network. While I was like, oh, what's the title gonna say on screen? And I came up with, I just had the word, oh, it's De-PlayStation Nation. And then I kicked myself in the butt, stood up, gave it a shot, because I was like, man, that should have been in the script. I could lose 10,000 of these words. Said there's a part where I'm like, a new sort of video game phenomenon had occurred. A AAA digital unreleased. People are gonna tell me something like Super Mario 3D All-Stars got unreleased by Nintendo because they only let it up there for a limited amount of time.
Here's your wine.
Hey Sam, how's it going? Well, the cargo's in great condition.
I put it in the truck. Your power's out? Oh, shit. Oh, frig. Power skeleton 2. And okay, 2 for all of them. And better smoke grenades. It's been out. Oh, frig.
Thanks. Until next time.
So you say that you're in, you're in California. Where are you in California? Because I can just tell you, you know, without really doxing myself, I'm in the Bay Area. Are you in a place where it's been raining? Because it's been raining over here, where I've been.
Restrictions lifted.
No. Do this. Paging Dr. Bill. My daddy is a drug dealer, and my mommy turned him in.
Or telling people they couldn't have it anymore. That's like a planned unreleased.
Middle near the field. Oh. The field of bake. Oh, you. You silly, you goober. Oh, I don't want that. Oh. Okay, so you're just this way. You're near Bakersfield, and you know that's cool. Am I able to?
Okay.
And in the hills. Ooh. You're somewhere close to Bakersfield where there's like farmlands and hills. Oh, I really don't know where that is. But you know what? Hey. Is it raining over there? Maybe. Oh, shit. I didn't even realize. I need to actually make it.
Stretch my legs.
You know, that makes sense. You gotta make the bridges these side. Oh, in the mountains. Okay. No rain. Okay, you just have... Yeah. Excuse me. Ooh, lost cargo. And DX grenades. Alright, well, whatever. I'm just gonna... just do it.
Alright, time to move.
Is that a bridge over there? It's a fully finished bridge. Wait, no, that's where I came from. Not where I'm going. I go over there. Alright, whatever.
I mean, like a literal, flat out ice cold, stone cold unreleased. They unreleased the game. If I would have just come up with the word DeplayStationation while I was writing the script, we'd all be a whole lot spiritually richer right now. So it is that Cyberpunk 2077 spawned a new type of video game industry event, a DeplayStationation. That would have been good. People honking their horns out there. I live in GTA City, by the way, in case you didn't know. Anyway, that's all of part one. I think the rest of part one's pretty good. Have you picked your next segment now? Unless you chose this as the second segment you want to watch. I guess I just exposed myself as assuming that people picked them in numerical order. You pick them in whatever order you want. If you did pick this one as your first, and you're hearing me say this now, it's too late for you to pick another one first and watch this one second. So, oh well. Someone is driving on the street 7 stories beneath us, blasting copyrighted music. So if I don't want this video to get deleted before it can finish processing, whatever it is YouTube does because of copyrighted music, I'd better stop the recording now. I'll see you again in a matter of seconds.
Charged up.
Hello, and welcome back to Video Games. I'm Tim Rogers. You are watching the Action Button review of Cyberpunk 2077. Let's talk about the graphics. Few sentences more than the preceding set an electronic game enthusiast's blood aboil. Let's talk about the graphics. Few sentences more than this have excited and tantalized generations of technology cravers ever since the first public sentence in which someone started calling them video games. Half the name of the thing tells us they're something we look at. Graphics sell video games. Graphics get GIFs retweeted. Graphics send Kickstarters viral. Graphics sell new GPUs which enable graphics which sell newer GPUs in endless escalation. A lot of us are here just for the graphics. When it's time to ask customers to spend a couple $100 to increment a single-digit number, companies show us graphics. Some people trick themselves into believing they're more interested in talking about the architecture of the plastic than that of the system.
Hey, Sam. How are things? Cargo's in mint condition. How the hell did you manage that?
Good question. I was in a truck. It was raining.
Just so you know, I've put something aside for you. Maybe you could use it more than me. Go ahead and grab it whenever.
Hello. Ah, more grenades. Ah, beautiful.
Well, you've done your bit. Time for me to do mine.
Read your books.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further
Oh, no.
information.
Oh man, my controller's really like getting all fucky. Oh man, I'm really gonna like have to get a new controller soon. Update, I have a lame turn on my bed.
Thanks.
Oh, what? I do not know at all what you mean, sir.
Okay.
Keep on keeping on.
A lot of us admit we're interested in graphics. In so many words, some people say graphics don't matter. These people
Lantern,
remind me
okay.
of musicians who say lyrics don't matter. On the one hand, have you ever heard the lyrics to Stairway to Heaven? On the other hand, I dislike lyrics in general, and I still love graphics. This is why I, for a whole year, once listened exclusively to music in Cambodian. And this is also why I bought an NVIDIA RTX 3090. Did you know that 84% of the game developers listed in a AAA game's credits are artists? That's not true, though you believed it. Both because it's probably not too far from the truth, and because this video is being shot with outrageously expensive red 6K Hobbit cameras. You believed me because of the graphics. Graphics give us a single united talking point. In this world of omnipresent, anonymous public conversation, confronted from all directions by the confounding diverse subjectivity of others, the graphics set gingerly a light down in the darkness and say, come this way. Talk about this. Graphics give us an elusive confidence. They tempt us to believe in this one aspect we can count and measure. Backboning this belief is a job interviewer's concept of showmanship. We expect that if the applicant can't bother to wear a suit for us, it must lack, and grotesquely, in many elsewheres. The very idea of the graphics gave Digital Foundry the momentum to reach 1 million YouTube subscribers. Excellent work, my friends. I've enjoyed games despite bad graphics, probably about as often as I've enjoyed games with great graphics. I've enjoyed games with botched, realistic graphics. I've enjoyed games with confidently simplistic, stylized graphics. I loved Final Fantasy VI in 1994 for its realistic backgrounds, and I equally loved Earthbound in 1995 for its visual cartoon whimsy. Meanwhile, I love Final Fantasy VI in 2021 for its retro pixel art, and I love Earthbound in 2021 for its visual cartoon whimsy. If I'm playing a video game and I'm not 100% enjoying myself and I see some nice graphics, I still say, wow. Those are some nice graphics. When I announced on Twitter that I'd managed to, against all odds, purchase an NVIDIA RTX 3090 graphics card, less than 4 minutes transpired before someone in the replies asked me if it could run Crisis. This. Years in the past, a game called Crisis happened. It was very hard for any graphics card on the market to run Crisis. Crysis's graphics looked toward a future where graphics cards would be able to run Crisis. A person purchasing Crisis on its arrival knew no machine could run Crisis right then, as well as any machine would be able to run Crisis in the future. Since Crisis, many notable games have stepped in to fill this hypothetical question. We dream of better graphics in general, as frequently as we dream of better graphics for a game that we've already played. It is this dream that drives the very nature of our love of the graphics. Every once in a while, a developer aims on purpose to make a video game that currently existing hardware simply cannot fully understand. They do this usually out of thirst for power. If I've understood correctly these past years, no given developer can do this more than once. To release a big graphics, hardware confounding game requires a developer to intentionally sacrifice credibility for conversation, in hopes that that conversation will carry their business ever forward into the increasingly elusive next level. With Cyberpunk 2077, CD Projekt Red messaged early that they intended to ignite a graphics conversation to end all graphics conversations. Of course, the very nature of these graphics conversations dooms them. You don't need to be a graphics Einstein to know that whatever all the buzzwords are at any given moment, no game will ever be able to do all of them at the same time. The concepts of resolution and frame rate, for example, so fundamentally oppose each other that a genuine psychic could not foresee a graphics card that could possibly reconcile them. When Cyberpunk 2077 finally released after numerous delays, virality aspirers delighted in tweeting GIFs of fails. They spread on their bread the butter of the PlayStation 4. Cyberpunk 2077 on PlayStation 4 ran like a disaster ice skating uphill. I saw plenty of people express genuine surprise at this performance, though really, I saw it coming a mile away. PlayStation 4 was a 7-year-old console at that point. The PlayStation 4's slightly improved second model, the PlayStation 4 Pro, was 4 years old. That's 1 year older than the base PlayStation 4 was when the PlayStation 4 Pro launched. To complicate matters, both philosophically and technologically, the long-anticipated PlayStation 5 had released a whole month prior to Cyberpunk 2077's arrival. Yet CD Projekt Red had, months previous, announced an indefinite delay to the PlayStation 5 version of the game. What happened was this. If you played Cyberpunk 2077 on a base PlayStation 4, you had a bad time. If you played Cyberpunk 2077 on a PlayStation 4 Pro, you also had a bad time, though one slightly better in parts. If you played the PlayStation 4 version of Cyberpunk 2077 on PlayStation 5, you had a much better time, though you did so having to ask yourself repeatedly the whole time why you bought a PlayStation 5 just to play a PlayStation 4 game. I played 20 hours total of Cyberpunk 2077 on my PlayStation 5, and I've got to say, I liked the constant 60 per second frame rate, though that philosophical question was crushing with this PC sitting 2 feet away. I also played about 20 total hours of the Xbox One version of Cyberpunk 2077 on my Xbox Series X, and it ran at a perfect 60 frames per second with better crowd density and lighting than the PlayStation 4 version did on my PlayStation 5, though apparently nobody's actually interested in talking about the Xbox, so we won't. I also played a few hours of Cyberpunk 2077 on my PlayStation 4 Pro just to see if it was as bad as everyone said it was. I was quite able to play through the prologue chapter of the game just fine. It wasn't that bad, though it definitely wasn't the game from the trailers. I think it doesn't make me any kind of rock star iconoclast to boldly declare that Cyberpunk 2077 on the PlayStation 4 Pro is just fine, though on the other hand, I never played it on the base PlayStation 4. And on the third hand, Bullet Witch for Xbox 360 is literally one of my favorite video games of all time.
No, wait. Please. Before you kill me, let me say my prayers.
Prayers? You should have done that before.
What I saw in Twitter clips convinced me base placement.
Okay, I can leave some of the extra stuff, just, you know. Gotta get some of them away. Gotta get them away. I gotta fly away. Yeah, fucking yeah. Always mess up. Ah, fuck. Oakley Richards. Hello. I ended up playing Death Stranding. Oh, okay. Ended up playing Death Stranding the same way I played Skyrim. Stealth Archer. So seeing this. Oh yeah, no. I'm just trying to do my best to just go in balls first, balls deep, hog wild. I should not be running this much. Oh no. Oh god. Oh my fucking controller. Oh I have like my controller's like on its not last legs, but it's like really like struggling sometimes. God damn you. As long as I'm, you know, not being knocked out. Fuck you. Shit ass tits. Now I actually do gotta go. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna recharge my battery and come back. Because, I am not doing good. Where is it? Oh god, it's down there? Oh jeez. Oh jeez, Rick. How many playthroughs? This is literally the first time I'm ever playing through. So, you know, that's how many. Oh no. Yeah, I know, BB. I know it's stressful, but you know, Sam's having a little bit of a bad day right now. Gotcha. Play any Metal Gear. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, and that's it. I know I should not. Oh my god, you fucker! You. I was hanging out with my baby. Oh my god. Oh, I'm actually getting pissed. These guys are so fucking relentless. I just want to recharge my batteries. Oh my god. Recharge my batteries. And hang out with my baby boy. That's what BB means. Oh my god. Bad day to rest up. Okay. Oh, is that it? Alright, cool. Hey, buddy. Don't you worry. Oh, this. All right, I am gonna have to stealth through this because this shit's brutal. All right, now let's walk, not run, to this generator.
PlayStation 4 version of Cyberpunk 2077 was utter filth, though a few longer videos on YouTube showed me it, too, was remarkably just fine for a game running on hardware from literally 7 years ago. Even before I saw that the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X versions had been delayed, I knew what was coming. CD Projekt Red's Cyberpunk 2077 development team was roughly 1/4 the size of Rockstar Games' Red Dead Redemption 2 development team, and Rockstar only released Red Dead Redemption 2 for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. They didn't even bother releasing a PC version for a whole year. All the trailers showed me that CD Projekt Red was taking a swing at the king and that their game aimed to have the sheer density of Rockstar's cowboy biography simulator. How were they gonna put this thing on 6 platforms, 8 if you count the Xbox One S and Xbox Series S? It just was not realistic. And the first nail in realism's coffin had been the loudly prioritized PC version of the game. My early reasoning told me that the PC version was, in fact, the real version of Cyberpunk 2077, and that the console versions would easily be utterly and impossibly compromised. I don't think I'm any kind of genius or detective for figuring this out. A lot of us thought this. So when the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X versions of Cyberpunk 2077 got delayed, I understood why. You probably did too. They'd aimed for exactly the wrong time for a studio their size to try to do something bigger than a studio 4 times their size had done. And when it turned out the PlayStation 4 version of the game disappointed people, I understood that too. In the marketing, they'd thrown around just too many buzzwords.
The dialogue system in Cyberpunk 2077 is fully gameplay driven.
Cyberpunk 2077 had 4K. It had ray tracing. No PlayStation 5 game will ever have 4K and ray tracing and 60 FPS at the same time. It is comical to think of a PlayStation 4 outputting anything competitive in the same ballpark with either of these buzzwords. Yet CD Projekt Red had, all those years ago, announced a PlayStation 4 game. They couldn't walk it back now. If they'd just have known how big the project would become and announced it first as a PC exclusive, they'd have saved themselves, and all of us, a whole lot of nonsense. Let me also take a second to note how shriekingly ridiculous it is that the PlayStation 5's box has a little 8K logo on it. Come on, man. If that thing can do 8K, I'm a brain surgeon. Months prior to Cyberpunk 2077's release, I announced I'd review it as the finale of Action Button Reviews Season 1. As the cascade of viral public reports of Cyberpunk 2077's various ugly glitches bloomed on social media, many viewers contacted me publicly or privately to ask if I'd reconsider reviewing the game. Several of you presented delaying the review as an option. You said, maybe I should wait until the game was patched enough times to smooth over the snaggliest nonsense brambles. I assured you all then that No, I would not delay the review, both because I had given my word that I'd review it at this point, and because, as you'll perhaps see if you stick around, I had a twist in mind that I felt quite glitch agnostic. Many more of you messaged me, publicly or privately, to point me to a particular glitch you'd found.
I think I've had my fill of CD Projekt Red after 100%ing Witcher 3. Didn't play Cyberpunk, no interest to. That's fair. I plan on streaming it sometime next year, as in January. And I'm re-listening to, rather, one of my favorite reviews, the Action Button review for Cyberpunk, which is, if you watch it incorrectly, you know, not following what he's doing, what he's saying to do, it is about 10, maybe 11 hours long. Because he talks a lot about a lot of things. But if you watch it properly, if you watch it the way he says you should, it should be no more than, at the very least, no more than 4.5, maybe 5 hours. Which, you know, oh, it's only 4.5, 5 hours. Yeah? What of it?
Personally amusing. You asked me if I'd use such and such glitch in my review. Many of you graciously sent me footage of these glitches and offered to let me use the footage without crediting you, which I would never do, of course. And I had to tell you all that no, glitches didn't interest me the way they interested other people. Maybe my time working on AAA video games had scarred me. I see a lot of the internet at large as pointing and laughing at glitches as mean-spirited. I know that the majority of people looking at funny physics fail compilations on YouTube are just having a good time. I know that many people enjoy the surreality aspect and appreciate glitches like a sort of modern real-life science fiction art. As a deep fan of Keanu Reeves' performance in 1993's Francis Ford Coppola's Bram Stoker's Dracula, I definitely understood the appeal of found object art. It's just that if you scroll deep enough into the comments beneath just about anything on the internet, you find someone there who's not having fun. You find someone down there who unblinkingly types the humorless words, lazy developers. I'll admit, while working on video games, I've hated messengers before. No one walks into a bug tracker without any passive aggression. Someone in QA tells you there's a mistake in this room on this level, and just something about the way they afterthoughtfully included the phrase, "Please fix this," somewhere in their message pushes you over the edge. This is a bug tracker for tracking bugs. I'm not going to just not fix it if it's in my power to do so. We work together. You don't need to say please like you're my boss or my child. And eventually, just a little longer.
How are you?
Some of this leaks out into your reply to them when you announce you've fixed the problem, and 2 years later, you can barely sip coffee 10 feet away from one another. Years of this psychic conflict weighs on me and paints my emotions multiple colors whenever I see a joyless troll roll out a humorless instance of the phrase, lazy developers.
I'm split between glitches being fun or not. Depends on the bug, depends on the game. That's the idea. The game that sells itself as a hyper-realistic, immersive simulator experience. That's gotta have no cases where players see a car floating sideways through a hot dog stand with no collision. And yet... and yet... Alright. Let's try this again. This is important. It's so important that I need... that, like... It's so important that I'm going to steal a truck for it. And pray to God that no one's, like, around it. And it's so important that I'm gonna just not play the video anymore. Stealing is wrong, repent. Nah, I'm good. I mean, I'll leave it behind, but the truck isn't for me to keep. No, it's for me to make a getaway. It's for me to, I don't know, maybe run some of them over. Listen, they would have, if they had weapons that could kill, they would have no qualms with killing me. I'm just saying, you know, self-defense. I miss all my grenades. All my grenades are gone. What now? Oh, I messed up a lot. So, I'm just gonna, you know, steal this truck. Oh my god, that's my truck. I just realized. I think that's my truck. It might be my truck. No, that's mule. I mean, like, I stole a truck earlier, and okay, I need to just kind of wait it out. I stole a truck, and I got caught and knocked out, so I'm thinking that this is the truck that I stole earlier. It's entirely possible. All right, let's go. Double time. Alright, see you later, Oakley. Be sure to tune in for a different stream in the future. Oh my god, what the fuck is this maze? What is this? That is such a fucking, like, terrifying sound cue. I don't like it. It's scary. Oh, CG, you missed it earlier. Excuse me. You didn't miss that. You missed earlier. I was, you know, having fun hanging out with BB at the private room, and I tapped the glass, and it was the nightmare sequence where Sam imagines that, you know, instead he like punches the glass a little bit. He gives it like a little fist bump, and then like BB just like punches through. Oh, fucking books. My books, you cock. Oh, you fucker, you stole that truck from me. And that truck's all sorts of fucked up. Man, I don't know how to deal with this. Now we're at 6:30. I don't have it. I got knocked out and they stole it. And I don't know where it is now. Unless it's literally, you know, in there. Because I thought it was just, you know, make it. Man, I've been out for so long. I just want to get this done. No, it's a power skeleton. It's, You know what? You know what? I'll equip this one. Oh god. Oh, damn it. That didn't help at all. In fact, it might make my situation worse. Oh, my battery. Oh god, the truck. Not the Wonder Truck. Just go. Hold down the trigger. Just go. Fuck you. Fuck you. BT1. I don't. Ah, that's right. Don't actually kill people. I forgot that's a thing. I just wanna open this box! For the love of Mike, please just let me at least open the box. I wanna look inside. Where's the closest generator? It's nowhere. It's over there. I'm getting out of here. This shit sucks. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave the books in the fucking. You know, I'm gonna leave everything. In the fucking. In like a local post box. Like, what's the closest one? Here? Yeah. I'll leave it in there. So that way I can just, you know, not have to worry. That truck's really like... Oh, I can't use it because... Wow! Wow, they're really after me. Wow, they really want to kill me, huh? Oh, these guys suck. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay. Well, at least the books didn't fall off. Is all those lost things? I swear to fucking god, dude. I just want to charge my battery, man. Oh, there's one. I can run a little bit. Just a little bit. Just to get there. I swear to God, dude. Just let me out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. I just want to go home. I'll let the fucking BT take me. Just, you know, just let me out. Let me go home. Oh, I know, that's all my other stuff. Oh my god, I'm tired. Hey, baby. Sammy's getting real messed up. Alright, let's go. Oh, cripes. This shit sucks. I'm out of here. I'm getting my stuff back. I'm dropping off something at like a post office, a post box. Ah, that's literally all my things. Now this is peak performance. Hey, guy. Oh, you're not a post office. A post box. Where is one? That's a watchtower. Ah. I guess I'm putting my shits in there. Going knee deep into enemy territory, going balls deep, going wrist deep. Hold on. Ah, crap. Alright. How about this way?
Starting to cramp up.
Okay. Okay. There is a safe spot. Fuck off, dude. I just want to go drop off my letter to Santa. Alright, I'll just make it quick. Yeah, I know, BT. I know you don't like the water. Let me just do this real quick, and then we'll formulate a plan. Oh, fucking really? There's some that close. Okay. I will put all these things in there. Oh. No, I gotta put you in there too. God, these books are fucked up, dude. They are not gonna like that. Brop Slice, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. You're here at a very interesting time where the game is not being very forgiving. And I just gotta deal with it. Is that my ladder? Did I leave that there? Also, hello, welcome to Death Stranding. It is a game. And that's the end of the statement. It is a game. Nah, it's basically post-apocalyptic delivery services. And I'm trying to... What the... Oh, that's where my stuff is. I thought it got stolen from me. I was about to be really mad. Like, why is my stuff over there? I forgot to put them there. Alright. Just gotta... That's a 2023 Amazon delivery driver. The funny thing is that this game came out like before COVID happened. Like, it was... I think it actually came out like sometime as COVID was starting to hit the world, which, you know, if you know how long it takes to develop a game, was way before COVID was actually happening. Happy birthday, fucko! Just go, just go, go. Uh-huh. I don't need any of this other stuff. Yeah, I'll take these two. Okay, it kind of reminds me of another game with the UI and the sneaking, but it seems so far. Seems fun so far. It is... Oh, it's a lot of things. Stressful is one. Fun! Yeah. It's also very, lore heavy. There's a lot of lore, a lot of background information, and the game tells you all of it. But anyway, with that out of the way, we need to get the fuck out of here. We need to run as fast as possible. Well, as much as we can. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, hold your horses, Sam. All right. Okay, I can cross through this. Just gotta take it one step at a time. Don't get too cocky. Anyway, you play the game. Fucking shit. All right. Okay. We cross. All right. Let's go. Go. We gotta go. We gotta get out of here. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I did it. No. Shit. Okay, I just gotta run. I just gotta run for a while, and then lose them. Or I go into a place where it starts raining because they don't like the rain because of plot reasons. Or, you know, just run far enough and they'll just stop. They'll just fuck off. And that's good too. Just gotta, you know, fuel up. Get the cursor out of here. I hate that the cursor just like, it's like, hey, every time you do that, the cursor just auto does the, I hate that. It's like one of the only things that like genuinely frustrates me about this game. Cause like, Because like overall, the pacing of this game I actually really like, even if it's like very story heavy. Ah, leave me alone. I'm just gonna sit. I'm just gonna sit somewhere. I'm gonna sit right here. Just rest and relax.
Let's just sit here for a second.
Just, you know, for a second. Let them pass by. Let them get out of here. As I look at my email, that tells me, that's saying, one of your videos can't be monetized. You know, never mind the fact that, Monster Energy drink, as in the actual drink. Yeah, this game had a brand deal with Monster Energy, and it is like the big thing that everyone makes fun of. That Sam Bridges, that's his name. I never actually said his name. Sam Porter Bridges just drinks so much Monster Energy. In the director's cut of this game, they didn't need the brand deal, you know, for funding, because technically speaking, this is an indie game. So they're like, you know what? Let's take out the Monster Energy. Let's just make it an in-universe energy drink. That can't be healthy. Oh, don't worry, it's not. Very nice looking game for being indie, though. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. The thing about it is that it is directed by someone, a name you may know, Hideo Kojima. And yeah, he likes his games to look good because he's a big film enjoyer. He likes movies. He wants games to look like movies. Ah, just leave me alone. Footwear almost ruined? Yeah, I bet. I'm just gonna sneak over. Like, where are you guys? What, can you see me from all the way over there? I bet you can't, you stupid. Just give me my things. Just give me my things. That's and that. No, that's not mine. These are mine. Don't need that. Uh-huh. And auto range. Alright, slightly less silly. Okay. Nope. Okay. Alright, let's change our shoes because these boots are not doing good. Put these on. Boots are now good to go. Oh, okay. Alright, and with that, it's time to go all the way home. Oh, I can just go on this bridge. And that's what I'll do. Just run, just go and run. Not too familiar with Japanese developers, but looking at his stuff, he's made some pretty big games for a previous company. Definitely a huge accomplishment. Yeah, no. Hideo Kojima is a prolific game maker person. Game person. That is what I want to say. Whoa, what the f... Don't do that. That's scary. Don't ever do that. Ever, Sam. There we go. That's what you want. You know, Metal Gear Solid, Zone of the Enders, other games that I'm blanking out on. Boktai, if you're freaky with it. Okay. It's just time to just go all the way home. Yeah, he's done a lot. Anyway, now if you don't mind me, I'm gonna put back on. I'm gonna put on the audio of my favorite, one of my favorite game reviews, Action Button Reviews, Cyberpunk 2077.
And I fear for everybody involved. So I bristled from the very first notion of Cyberpunk 2077's attempt at a virtuoso multi-platform launch. I knew there'd be a disaster waterfall of glitches, enough to power many multi-minute compilations, fueling many YouTube channels, and I felt preemptively sad for the conversation. Yet I was thoroughly prepared to ignore that conversation.
I'm already having a shit day. Don't make it worse.
Previously, when I reviewed the Final Fantasy VII Remake, several viewers in my comments dared to call me a Square Enix shill for not mentioning the low-resolution door texture that had qualified for 24/7 internet talking point status. One guy dared to DM me on Twitter, asking, and I quote, "Can I get an explanation as to why you didn't talk about the door texture in your Final Fantasy VII Remake review? You talked for 3 hours and somehow managed to avoid the topic altogether." I found the question amusing, so I replied. I said that, first of all, you don't open a Twitter DM with, "Can I get an explanation?" That's what Patreon DMs are for. Then I told him I hadn't addressed the topic of the low-resolution door because I presumed that Square Enix would patch it over at some point in the future. Video games are living things now, I told him. Weeks later, he replied to my reply to tell me I'm still waiting for that patch. I asked him if he saw that one door and stopped playing the game at that exact point, refusing to progress further until he learned it was patched. He replied with utter quickness and terseness. He said, and I quote, "I knew you were a shill." Then he blocked me. Now, I don't mean to dunk on that guy, even though he makes it incredibly easy to do so. I even sort of understand where he's coming from. If that door is that ugly, who knows what other blemishes might continue to accumulate like microaggressions until finally the Bronco's back breaks and the game is completely ruined. It just so happens that, at least in so much as I can recall, the Final Fantasy VII Remake does not possess too earth-shattering a smattering of hiccups aside from that one door texture, though really, I can see where that guy's expectations led him. As of this writing, Square Enix still have not patched that door, though with the PlayStation 5 graphical upgrade coming to the Final Fantasy VII Remake on June 10th, 2021, I'm certain the door will be quietly repaired, and my review will assume its eternal, forward-looking evergreenliness, except for the fact that the game footage in my review is all 30 frames per second. I should have released a PC version first. Similarly to my aims with my review of the Final Fantasy VII Remake, I earnestly yearned for this review of Cyberpunk 2077 to serve as an evergreen time capsule, appealing even to decades-hence viewers. I wanted to ignore glitches, pretending I just didn't encounter any, just presuming that they'll all get patched over, even those that probably won't, because open-world games are huge and expensive and made up almost entirely out of problems. In order to review Cyberpunk 2077 in an evergreen manner, I needed to achieve maximum graphics. So to best approximate what the next generations of game enjoyers will consider Cyberpunk 2077's maximum graphics, I decided to get on the PC pony after decades of aspiration and posery. The PC pony, don't you know, is a Shetland-adjacent breed. Leg length need not preclude a single living soul from swiftly setting astride it. In mere minutes, one can graduate from baby school and earn a kiddie pool's worth of the vocabulary needed to carry on any hardware-related conversation in the aisles of your local micro center. One need only type the word Linus into YouTube's search bar to receive, free of charge, the auto-completion tech tips. Minutes later, you'll know who Steve at Gamers Nexus is, and Less than an hour after that, you'll have learned to ignore Jay's 2 cents. If everything goes well, less than 6 months later, you'll own a computer that, in the hands of a more philanthropically minded individual, could probably cure cancer. I don't mean to say I was a complete greenhorn prior to embarking on the journey of this review. I had built all of my own personal computers over the past 20 years. I played Crysis as early as 2009. It's just, you spend a few years of your life developing a console game, and then the Nintendo Switch happens and reminds you of Mario and Zelda, and then you work for 3 years for a website that caters mostly to console video game players, meaning publishers send you the console version of everything, and your viewers expect to see video footage of the console version. 1 year turns into 3, 3 years turn into 6, and when you finally have enough money in your bank account to play games the real way again, you have this moment where you have to admit to yourself that you are really not sure what RTX stands for, and that you were only just getting used to pretending to know what GTX stood for. After careful consideration of my career trajectory, my daily video editing workload, and the well-documented aspirations of Cyberpunk 2077's developers, I gave myself a budget of $7,777 to build a brand new personal computer with which to play Cyberpunk 2077 on my 77-inch LG C10 OLED television while capturing footage for the review that would serve as a finale for a season that premiered with a review of the Final Fantasy VII Remake. I do not, strictly speaking, believe in numerology as much as I believe in anything else, though I've been around enough pachinko parlors and slot machine dens in my travels to know that it never hurts to keep a couple sevens in your pocket. I ended up with an EVGA FTW3 Ultra Gaming branded NVIDIA RTX 3090 graphics card, an AMD Ryzen 5950X processor, a Gigabyte Aorus Extreme motherboard, 3 Sabrent brand 4 terabyte 4th generation NVMe solid-state drives, 128 gigabytes of DDR4 4000 RAM, a 1000 watt main gear ignition power supply, 10 Corsair RGB fans, and an NZXT Kraken Z73 all-in-one liquid cooler inside a Liam Lee 011 Dynamic XL case. And yes, I went with Windows 10 Professional, because the guy at Micro Center looked at my parts and said, "Do you need a copy of Windows?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Professional, I assume?" And I replied, yeah. Someone on Twitter asked me why I went with the EVGA 3090, and I'll admit, I am a somewhat underconfident individual. So I got scared I was being punked, and I had half a mind to Google around for an intelligent answer. Then, I realized the most intelligent answer was just to say, "Dude." It was the only one I could get. And yes, I realize this is the 3rd time so far in this video that I've listed every component in my computer. Don't think I do it again later, though. Please don't get upset if I do. I set a GIF of Tokimeki Memorial's Ayako Bingo Katagiri to loop endlessly on my radiator's little screen, and I went straight to town on Cyberpunk 2077. I loaded up my in-progress GOG save, dialed in Digital Foundry's Alex Battaglia's excellent suggested settings for 4K ray tracing performance on a 3090, jumped on my Yaiba motorcycle, sprinted down a neon-lit dead television channel skied urban boulevard of Night City, and just when my coil was reaching the green line, my
Welcome, welcome. The Herald man said to expect you. Oh, you've got the server.
I also got this other thing.
Here, let me have a look at it.
The server's fine. The other thing, oh, not so much.
Nice. The great deliverer comes through again. The server's in perfect condition. It's a real relief to know all our records are safe. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I can just make one.
List of supplies you can fabricate. Lake Knot said he was kind enough to provide the blueprints as thanks. I'd tell you all about it, but didn't you used to have your own?
Yeah.
Same deal. 2 front
I miss
wheels,
it.
1 rear, battery powered. Fitted with an auto charging unit that kicks in when not in use.
Oh.
Requires skill to drive over obstacle-strewn terrain.
Yeah, I get that.
Best suited to long, flat stretches, yada, yada, yada. We're working on securing you another vehicle, so you can look forward to that too.
Higgs particles. Oh, long range. What does that mean? Yeah, I'll take a C. I really messed up that one.
Thanks, Sam. With that data, we can finally move forward with our plans for the new automated delivery system. I'll tell the boys to start testing the box right away. Now, you'll need to take it to the distro center south of Lake Knot City. Check the delivery terminal whenever you're up for more work.
The preppers had some things to say about Fragile. You sure we can trust her?
That business with Higgs, thought I told you she hates him with a passion. Enemy of my enemy as far as I'm concerned. Don't take my word for it now. Just ask her and judge for yourself. I'd like it or not. We need her help.
Mushy.
Sam, it's Fragile. I hear you brought 3 preppers into the network and delivered everything they needed. That's some good work.
Long as we're shooting the shit. You mind telling me what the deal is with you and Higgs?
Been hearing stories, huh? I'll tell you all about it. In person. Meet me at the distro center, south of Lake Knot. You're headed there anyway, right?
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Let me just, what makes it long range, though? Improved version, 2 battery units. This reduces the cargo capacity but increases the range. Battery will gradually recharging. So, okay. I just need 1. 1 is all I need. Hi, back there.
Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for your contribution.
You know what? No, I'll take like a little break. Not with the
Your work is great.
not with the game review. No, I'll just put on something else. Oh, I can't skip this one. This is a new one. Oh, no, okay, never mind. Got some mail to look at. Why join the UCA? Humble request for pizza. Wait, who said it? Peter? Peter. You know, I'll do this pizza one. Why not? I said I'll take a break after. I am gonna change the color of the thing because of the mask of the glasses, because I'm not feeling this like blood red anymore. Or what is it? Oh, it is blood red. Nah. Oh man, a pizza sounds good. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I'll go with stealth black. Why not? Black sunglasses is cool. Alright, let's take a shower real quick.
EX grenade number 0.
Let's put on these glasses. So that way I'll have them on when I leave. And let's get to drinking. Do another one. And another one. And that's it. That's all I need. Yeah, let's just go. Let's just get out of here. Because I gotta deliver that pizza. Don't drop those pizzas. Oh! Oh! Oh no, Daddy's drinking. Oh no, Daddy got in a fight. Oh no.
Fuck, idiot. Thinking you could keep us safe. Man like you. I'd put on that bet. It's just you and me now, baby. That's all I got. Keep you safe. No matter what.
That's interesting. I wonder what's going on there with Daddy Mads Mikkelsen. Wait, no, hold on. I gotta get this pizza one. This pizza mission. Oh, there's a bunch. Oh, jeez.
Sam, a lot of clients are requesting you by name. Now, while there are orders we need you to accept, which are critical to the expansion of the chiral network, there are others that you can take or leave at your discretion. It goes without saying, though, that it's in everyone's best interest for you to do as much as you can. And more work means more rewards.
I'm gonna do this one first. Oh. Oh, okay. Supposed to be choose vehicle.
Make sure you carry pizzas properly at all times. If you do something stupid, like turn it on its side, you'll ruin it.
Okay. Where's the pizza? There's the pizza. Okay, I can't put it on the thing. So I'm gonna do what's called a pro gamer move. And do that. Yeah!
Order assigned.
Okay,
Delivery parameters
30 minutes.
updated. Time limit set.
Now, you know exactly what music I gotta play. Sure, I'll put on the fucking 10-hour version of this. And here we go.
He appeared, bewitched, Brazilian Jesus
No!
posing.
I don't care about Brazilian Jesus posing. I want this. God, it's actually pretty loud.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant trip.
Oh, I need to actually leave the facility. Like, I was like, what? Like, where am I going? What am I doing?
Stay safe.
Oh, it's not, the song's not speeding up. It's just the normal pace.
Delivering cargo. Delivery complete. Displaying performance evaluation. Thank you for your continued support.
Oh, okay. They just couldn't get someone to play that guy. Alright, back over there we go. Wrong one. No. Okay.
And bare butt pantsless, hairstyle flashing in and out of existence above my motorcycle. $7,777 on a machine as big as a refrigerator. You still can't fight a business nature. I saw this coming as well.
Hello,
I knew that
CG,
even with a
welcome back.
personal computer that could guide 40 space shuttles simultaneously to Mars, Venus, and Mercury, I couldn't miraculously
Power still
wash
out?
away from Cyberpunk 2077 the fact that Sony had delisted the PlayStation 4 version just 2 weeks previous. Sony had never delisted a AAA video game from its online platform. This is historical. Despite all my desire to ignore the technical difficulties of the game, its technical difficulties were out there making history. Mundane video game console-specific history, though history nonetheless. My reviews are as interested in history as they are interested in holistically critiquing the core of a game's ambitions, so a conflict swelled in me. I've worked on several video games before, in case you missed me saying that earlier. I know full well the brutality of Sony's certification process. I know that developers ubiquitously abbreviate Technical Requirements Checklist as TRC, both because it's faster to type and because as an abbreviation it looks so much less evil than the cold, robotic, full-wordliness of it does. As an independent developer, I nearly ripped my own head off twice during the TRC process, and we were even working with the help of an outside quality assurance firm specializing in minimizing TRC-related struggle. That wasn't even my introduction to Sony's notorious meticulousness. Even then, the weeks-dragging process beat me down and beat me up. I found interesting catharsis in Sony's allowing Cyberpunk 2077 a pass in time for its ballyhooed, much-delayed release date, only to yank it 8 days later after a cascade of player complaints. Yet I knew when that happened that I simply couldn't avoid talking about the disaster in the same breath where I talked about the graphics. On a big 10-pound RGB-lighted fairy carnival of a 3090, Cyberpunk 2077 displays the most wonderful wonders video game developers have yet dreamed of. My decades-past dream of a wide-open world Blade Runner metropolis came shockingly true in all the neon shrillness of our millions of imaginations. Skylines streak by alongside highways by night times. Seedy bar interiors beg for a blasting of Dragula. Thoughtfully composed conversation camera angles gently showcase cutting-edge facial animations. And all the puddles of every back alley, all the stains of every crime hive floor, every window or other hard surface, every hobby prosthetic of every bartender gleams alive with the silky sight of ray tracing. I'm saying it all looked so real. I wasn't sure, sometimes, if I was looking at my 77-inch television or my dog had made a satanic accident on my real-world living room floor. I'll admit, I only passingly knew what ray tracing was before I played this game. For many years, I knew it as a hypothetical solution for lighting a 3D scene. I understood it like this. If graphics processors became sophisticated enough to allow it, ray tracing would let game engines render real-time lighting more or less automatically while achieving an effect convincing enough to rival the most meticulous work done by hand. Ray tracing was a buzzword in hypotheticality for developers long before it became the backyard football of console hardware manufacturers. Because primarily, ray tracing is good and exciting for developers. It means convincing lighting with less work, meaning they can afford to light more stuff and therefore just go completely wild with it. Before filming this video, I asked Action Button's Truck Hex lead artist Brent Touchdown Porter if he'd fact-check my explanation of ray tracing for me, and he obliged. He mocked up this illustration for us, which demonstrates lighting bouncing off of a colored object, causing some of that object's color to reflect upon the surface of the ground beneath it, automatically. Porter told me that when he was studying art in college, a professor once explained it like this: every object in the world is a mirror. Just some objects are better or worse mirrors than others. Ray tracing lets game developers model this sort of realistic light behavior with monstrous quickness compared to traditional methods. Granted, of course, that the hardware running the game has the power necessary to handle it. Anyway, that's how I understood ray tracing before I lit up Control on my NVIDIA RTX 3090. On my 77-inch 4K television, I played from the beginning to the first tutorial segment, wherein I stopped and stared transfixed at the light playing on the stipply surface of the ground. Strafing left and right for many tens of seconds, I marveled at the effect's brilliance when output at 60 smooth frames per second. Likewise, I lost count of how many minutes of my 177 hours of Cyberpunk 2077 footage consist merely of me strafing in the first-person camera left and right while staring deadly at a puddle or a stain on a floor or a window or a metal surface. Seeing this effect at 30 frames per second with heavy reliance on NVIDIA's deep learning supersampling, or DLSS, through the NVIDIA 2080 Ti in my previous machine had impressed me. Though watching it at 60 frames per second in 4K blew my hat clean off. And I wasn't even wearing a hat. Barreling down a highway on a glinty future motorcycle at 185 miles per hour and seeing all that neon casting light against colored walls, bouncing back diffused colored lighting elsewhere, shocked me viscerally with dreams of the future, until inevitably my character T-posed, pantsless above the bike again, shattering the sustained excellence of the footage. All the graphics in the world at the tips of your fingers, and tequila still pours like ketchup.
Like ketchup. What? No. Stop it. I don't want this. I want this. I just gotta. There we go. Anyway, power's still out. Now it's 8:30. Power to be back. Did they say, like, why your power's out? What company do you get your power from? If it's PG&E, then yeah, that makes sense. Because PG&E stinks. Those that really stink. Well, I'm heading now. Great watching you. Side says, thank you for subbing. Brop Slice. Good. I'll see you around later. Just go straight. PG&E? Yeah, PG&E would do that. They suck. They suck real bad.
Some things never change.
Yet all this talk of 60 frames per second ushers us headfirst into another problem. This NVIDIA 3090 graphics card has HDMI 2.1. It supports 3840 by 2160 resolution at 120 frames per second. That's 60 frames times 2. Thus, Cyberpunk 2077, in its hunger for tracing rays and 4Ks in the year 2020, requires of every player a firm decision. The oldest battle there ever was. Good versus evil, light versus dark, frame rate versus resolution. For whole minutes at a stretch, I enjoyed Cyberpunk 2077 at 4K resolution and 60 frames per second. More psychotic viewers will perhaps notice the footage throughout this video is rife with dips. Some of you will ask,
Is there something wrong with YouTube? Or other dips in your foot?
I promise I was using Digital Foundry's recommended settings all along, especially while driving at high speeds. In vehicles, the dips I suffered swiftly decapitated any time-capsular evergreenity to which I aspired. A dozen hours in, the facade cracked. Digital Foundry's meticulously calibrated settings didn't even go right out the window. They busted straight through the wall. I unfurled that tempestuous settings menu again and again like an eyeball sommelier. Give me a couple more frames here, a couple more shadows here. Ah, a dramatic dialogue? You'll certainly be wanting to keep the improved facial lighting geometry. Will you be shooting these gentlemen or hacking them? Shooting? In that case, might I suggest changing DLSS from auto to performance? Thus and so, my footage became a complete mess. If an NVIDIA RTX 3080 is a fencing foil, my NVIDIA RTX 3090 is a battle axe. And I got better at splitting hairs with that battle axe than a brain surgeon. Graphics were a game for me. Whipping open that settings menu and tweaking a setting or two happened at least as often as I changed my armor or weapons, if not more. Every once in a while, I even turned everything down to the minimal required settings to run the game in 77 inches of rock-solid 120 frames per second. Free indie game idea. Somebody make a game in the style of a circa 1999 3D PC game where you have to open a graphics menu and raise or lower settings to solve puzzles or win combat encounters, or make it 16:9 versus 4:3. I feel like this game would be really bad unless designed very carefully by people who definitely don't exist. Nobody's smart enough to make this fun. I consider that a challenge. The people who played on consoles all their lives are missing out on this valuable aspect of the PC game playing experience, so kind of give that to them. If you can get it through Sony's TRC. My persistent dedication to graphics tweaking sustained me for the duration of my playthrough. I struggled against the bleeding edge for an occasional glimmer of the perfect 60. Frame rate and resolution locked in a grapple on my living room floor, snatching comfort real estate from my own 2 feet. The pursuit of silky sweet 60 burglarized from me much of the nonchalance a console player takes for granted. At moments of 4K 60, I pity those oblivious console fools. When a scene foists upon me the decision to either sacrifice ray-traced shadows or settle for a quote-unquote cinematic frame rate, I envy the blissful ignorance of the happy console gamer. Alfred Lord Tennyson said it is better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. Alfred Lord Tennyson never owned a PC. Alfred Lord Tennyson died 101 years before Doom came out. Sitting down later to review my captured footage of Cyberpunk 2077 for the purpose of this review, I knew at last the full shape of my hubris. You can't just make an evergreen review of a PC game. It occurred to me that I had spent all this money on a PC simply so I could buy and play the PC version of this AAA game, and what one gets with the PC version of a AAA game is the promise that later it will be better. The guy on Twitter asking me if my just-acquired 3090 could run Crysis should have been the first clue. PC video game players will joke about any given piece of hardware's ability to run Crysis forever. Much like they'll joke about Cyberpunk 2077 forever for some reason I am not enough of a quote-unquote influencer to yet understand. Because PC video game players are less of a community than a support group. I don't say this lightly. I did the research. I'm no famous linguist like Victor Klemperer, who wrote the 1947 book Lingua Tertii Imperi, the language of the Third Reich, which studies the transformative, empowering effects that Nazi propaganda had on the colloquial German language. Though I've done a fair deal of analysis, and I can tell you with great confidence that the diction and sentence structure of the average post on the PC Master Race subreddit has less in common with a speech by Adolf Hitler than it has in common with the typical thread on a particular Crohn's and colitis Facebook group I read whenever a poster might ask the rest of their quote-unquote master race if such and such monitor is really worth the several hundred extra dollars. Someone will say, on the one hand, 1440p is only 3,686,400 pixels versus 4K's 8,294,000 pixels. So that means your GPU can push more frames. Someone else will say you can't.
The prototype bot for transport. Now you'll need to take it to the distro center south of Lake Knot City. If these autonomous delivery bots prove reliable, they could revolutionize our supplies distribution network. A lot's riding on this, so be careful out there.
Let's frickin' go. Let's get at it. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Alright, oh, that's not much better. These are all hematic grenades. Okay. You know what? I will take off my skeleton. Marginally better.
Order assigned.
God, I forgot about you guys. Go.
Actually get 144 frames per second out of any modern 4K games anyway, so the 1440p monitor is the quote-unquote sweet spot. Then the original poster will say he bought the more expensive monitor anyway, and several people will congratulate him because, hey, he made a future-proof call, and there's nothing wrong with that. And besides, you can always run old games in 4K 120. Cyberpunk 2077 may have come out on consoles, though it is filled with the PC game stain. As a person with over 10,000 hours of experience each with video game consoles, Mac OS, and Windows, I can confidently say that playing on a video game console feels like speaking at your nephew's school's career day. Mac OS is like congratulating a toddler, and Windows is like going to your friend's weed dealer's wedding in a Walmart parking lot. Cyberpunk 2077, top to tail, is absolutely the last one of those. In the world of PC game playing, games exist to sell us the hardware we already bought. I spent $8,000 on a computer. I need to spend at least $500 on every Steam sale between now and 2025 just to feel like I got even 1/4 of my money's worth. I need to light up Dark Forces 2 on the day after Christmas just to confirm that, yeah, that's a lot of frames. I don't need to actually play the game more than 5 minutes. I just need a little affirmation. And that brings us quite unceremoniously to the heart of it. On the occasion of Cyberpunk 2077, I hoped to arrive upon some definitively declarable statement about playing games for the graphics. And I think that's it. 20 years from now, I'll be 62 years old. Lord. And I'll boot up Cyberpunk 2077 just to see it run at 8K, 300 frames per second, and I'll say to myself,
yeah, that's a lot of frames.
Thanks to cloud infrastructure and such, I'll have no problem jumping right into my endgame save and riding my favorite motorcycle down a stretch of highway. I am 100% confident I'll be able to do this because this is the sort of thing I actually do all the time with old video games that I legally purchased. I figure if I'm still doing it at age 41, I'll probably still be doing it at age 62. Listen, nobody played Quake at 60 FPS in 1996, even if their dad robbed banks or worked for NASA. However, today, if you play Quake, and I do, it still counts as retro because I remember how it ran in 1996. And that is the PC gaming experience in a tiny nutshell. In the future, someday, Cyberpunk 2077 will be as much a retro game as Quake is today. I can say with the confidence 25 years of distance gives me that back in 1996, when I first saw Quake, I didn't have any bright ideas whatsoever what games would look like in the year 2020. And today, I can't say what they'll look like in 2046. I'm sure Nintendo will at least have one 4K 60 FPS Zelda at that point, and Call of Duty will still strive for photorealism. I'm sure Madden will look pretty good at this. Actually, the NFL will definitely be illegal by then. I'm sure MLB The Show will look pretty good, though I can barely comprehend what any of the technical buzzwords are going to be. Maybe that's okay, though, because I think I spiritually get it. I remember a PR representative of Acclaim's All-Star Baseball 1999 telling a TV presenter that their goal was 9 out of 10 people walking into a room mistaking the video game on the television for a televised game of real physical baseball. That PR person laid all his cards face up on the table when nobody else had even finished their first round of betting.
Hard smash to short. The throw. He's out. The throw. He's out.
Here the man had gone and said that his game makers' goal did not involve the quality of the actual player and experience. All they were interested in, according to his sentence structure, was how the game looked from the outside. It's possible he just phrased this clumsily. That's what PR people do. It's possible it was a little slip of the tongue. It's possible he had wholly intended to append a weasel phrase. One of our goals, though he phrased it so cleanly, our goal is for 9 out of 10 people walking into the room to mistake the video game on the television for a televised broadcast of real physical baseball. What a clean little pearl-sized goal. It'd be a shame if somebody went and achieved it. Well, they won't. Perfectly realistic graphics are as impossible a goal as a game that runs at the highest frame rate and the highest resolution on the day of its release. The human eye will always magnetize toward any unnatural expression of gesture or environment. There's no getting out of this uncanny valley we're in. Yet, to paraphrase Agent Smith in The Matrix, the average game buyer en masse rejected stylized, whimsical cartoon graphics in favor of really realistic graphics. So the conflict rages on. And in 25 years, if you boot up Cyberpunk 2077, it's going to run about as well as it possibly can, even on the most modern displays. Though I guarantee you, it's still going to look, quote-unquote, old forever. This casts a pale shadow over the raging discourse about Cyberpunk 2077's glitches and its crunch. I mean, first of all, say what you will about crunch, they did make the credits easily accessible by frequent accident in the game's options menu. All those thousands of work hours poured into a game that bursts at the seams with that many emergent bloopers. All those thousands of sleepless nights collectively suffered for a game that won't be widely enjoyable at its true potential for 5 years anyway.
All right, get them in there.
You're Sam Porter then? Been expecting you. We were told you'd help with the bot testing too. But before we get to that, let's see how she's doing. Pretty as a picture. Got nothing bad to say.
All right, one of them got hurt.
These bots aren't designed to operate outside the network service area. So let's get the distro center linked up already.
Yeah, better boots. And stuff and things.
And there it is. I'll start prepping for the test. You sit tight and wait for HQ to ring.
Much obliged, Sam. Now the bots can enter the final phase of testing. I designed them myself, you know. My hope is that they'll lighten the load a little bit. Unlike human porters, if one goes down, it won't cause a void out. Before the death of Stranding, scientists used to fret over the singularity, the possibility that someone might create an AI smarter than any human. But it never happened. Machines don't cause void outs. They can't die. They don't have beaches. No matter how far they come, machines will never understand death like we do. And because of that, they'll never truly surpass us. Get on the delivery terminal. I'll walk you through how to use the bots. And don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things from over here. These simple, run-of-the-mill orders only. Take a look at what's available. Cargo transported by a bot is liable to get a little roughed up if the road's poor. On the flip side, a bot traveling on a well-maintained road is more likely to deliver cargo in better shape. Also faster, in case it wasn't obvious. Keep that in mind when sending them out.
Oh, it's a little guy.
Now we wait for the delivery bot to reach its destination. As of today, there's just one, but if the test succeeds, we'll move ahead with mass production. Then you'll be able to dispatch them yourself. Oh, seems I misspoke. We managed to slap together another delivery bot for field testing. You can decide how to use this one. Sorry, baby's fussing again. Thanks, Sam. We'll talk later.
Good work, Sam. These autonomous delivery bots will benefit everyone, from folks in cities and way stations to preppers out in the back of beyond. But you must be exhausted. Why not take a break? I bet your BB could probably use one too.
Yeah.
Head for the private room.
Yeah, I'll take a break. Sure. Why not?
Your work is greatly
Oh, loud. Noise. Oh, it's the beach again. Oh no, old man Reedus. Hello, welcome back. It's this one. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know what's gonna happen in this scene, but okay. Oh.
Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. You were sleeping when I dropped by. Thanks for the shower.
Right. ask. I've been hearing things about you.
She's in bed with terrorists. Don't trust her. She's just another dumbass Higgs fucked over. She's a goddamn hero, that woman. Tell me, Sam, what does America mean to you? Way my dad made it sound, we were something special. The glue that held it all together.
Would you play Skullgirls on stream? I mean, yeah, like the story modes, like, or maybe if Honey wanted to play together, probably, maybe, against people that aren't Honey or a friend. Nah, I don't know.
More than a nation, a symbol of freedom and hope. We could bring it all back if we kept on making deliveries and connecting people. He was sure of it. I was a wreck after he died. That's when Higgs made his pitch. Together, we can run packages from sea to shining sea. Back then, he had a monopoly west of here. We both stood to gain a lot from a partnership. Business was pretty good at first. But then, a year ago, when those fanatics started stirring up trouble, fuckers hijacked our system. Somehow, they got a hold of our security passes and used them to sneak into cities. And just like that, we're delivering guns and bombs instead of medicine, and I didn't even know. We were just cogs in a terrorist machine. Higgs was behind it all. And on top of that, he got his hands on an old-school nuke that I ended up carrying right into Middle Knot City.
You telling me that?
Yeah. It was me. I blew it up. Could have been different if I wasn't so fucking blind. So I did everything in my power to stop South Knot City from getting destroyed. I tried to get the nuke out of the city. But Higgs was one step ahead. He took his pound of flesh and then some. Some wounds. They don't heal. Whatever time I've got left, the rain took. So there you have it. Everything's true. Except for all the lies.
I mean, yeah, that's how lies work.
I don't give a damn about bridges or putting America back together. But I'm not about to let Higgs and some terrorists take my father's legacy and shit all over it. That's why I came to you. So, trust me now? I'll be there for you, Sam. All you have to do is call.
Cool. Let me just actually take a break. Cool. All right. There we go. Just gonna do this. Yeah. Get this out of here. Find something. Oh, Return of the Mac. Hell yeah. I love Return of the Mac. No, it wouldn't be. It'd be here. Fortnite for the boys. Yeah.
Hey guys, I got merch. Check out the links in the description below if you're interested. If not, I don't know. If you're ready.
I'm afraid.
Okay, so I know I don't normally do interviews, but I don't care. A while back, I got to sit down with Mark DiCarlo. He's a voice actor and funny guy. If you watch my channel at all, you'd most likely know him as Hugh Neutron from Jimmy Neutron, but he does a lot of other stuff also. And I interviewed him. I don't know how to intro this. Thank you for agreeing to do a quick interview.
Sure, it's always fun to talk, and things are actually starting to get busy again, which is nice. It's been such a weird 2 years, you know?
I don't want to take up too much of your time, so let's just jump in. Anybody who might be watching that might not be familiar with you, can you give a general introduction to who you are?
I have kind of like two different groups of fandoms. People that know me from my Travel Channel show, Taste of America, where I traveled around and I did like a funny food show.
Look at all those kids. Those kids are dying to put their hand in the pie, and I got to do it.
And then cartoon fans know me from a bunch of different cartoons I've done, probably most notably Hugh Neutron on the Dad on the Jimmy Neutron show, and my new cartoon show called Boffo the Bear on YouTube.
Don't tell the others, but you're my favorite.
Hugh.
Oh, hi, honey.
Back when I was a bit younger, when Jimmy Neutron was still on the air, I used to, you know, quote your lines all the time to all of my friends. What was your first exposure to, you know, the entertainment world at large?
I started doing plays when I was in grade school, and then in high school, and then I went to UCLA and was really lucky to get into a stand-up comedy group there. Every month we would do a stand-up show, and it would be 5 or 6 of us students, and then we would have a professional headlining comedian, someone who was working locally in LA. And we did it with Gary Shandling, rest his soul, Jay Leno, I think, Seinfeld, I think. A lot of guys before they were hugely famous, but who were working here in LA. Each one of the students, we do about 5-6 minutes. Then the headliner would do about 45 minutes. Then after the show, the headliner would sit down with everybody and go through your whole act. What's your point of view? What are you talking about? Why did you say this when you probably could have said that? And it was like a masterclass in stand-up. It was fantastic. All of those guys were in one group, so I was just super lucky to fall in with such a talented group because it raises your game, you know? I was the funniest guy in my high school, but when you get to UCLA, the pond's a lot bigger. And I was doing improv somewhere, and one of the producers of Jimmy Neutron saw our show and invited me into audition, and I brought in my friend Megan Cavanaugh, who was in the cast at Second City with me, and we auditioned together for Hugh and Judy, and they liked it, and they hired us both.
Was that like your first foray into voiceover work?
You know what? When I was little, like literally in grade school, I would be in the basement with my cassette recorder doing funny voices and doing shows. When I was in college, the barrier to getting into the voiceover world was much, much, much higher. You had to have a demo tape, which was $1,000, because you had to go into a studio and record something with an engineer, and then they would have to cut the tape and edit it and put it together for you, and then make copies of cassettes. Then you'd have to take the cassettes to people and give them to agents. It was, I mean, so barbaric compared to the way things are done now. I mean, you know, I've got my little iMic here, and we're talking on the internet in HD video, especially voiceover, because you don't age out of it. And there were so many great people doing it. It was hard to break into it. I think a lot of the producers would scout for new talent in the comedy clubs, and they would either get stand-ups or improvisers. In my opinion, improvisers are better because they listen. Improvisers, we walk on stage literally with an empty head. You have to listen to know what to say next. So I think it's a closer analog to actually acting. It turned out that all the people on the Jimmy Neutron cast specifically, and Barnyard and a lot of the other shows that I've done were really good at improvising.
You're obviously very talented, but you were also in the right place at the right time. So it was a kind of mix of like a little bit of luck and a lot of bit of talent.
Yeah, it's analogous to what you guys are doing now on YouTube. When you start, you don't have no idea what you're doing, and you just start doing it because it makes you laugh and it makes your friends laugh, and
then it spreads out from there.
So would you say to anybody that might be listening who is interested in comedy or improv or voiceover to really just put yourself out there?
This is a movie studio, a complete movie studio. And what you do with it is only limited by your creativity and your guts. And I don't even think guts factor into it. If you make something that's horrible, no one will see it. So there's really no downside. You're not going to hit a home run the first time you pick up a bat. You have to put in your 10,000 hours.
Nice cock.
If you think you're funny, if you think you're talented, go do it. There's no barrier to entry to get on YouTube.
I feel like a lot of people, when they're first starting out, you know, obviously get discouraged, whether it be what they perceive as they might have a lack of talent or, you know, a lack of resources, but like everybody kind of starts from square one. In a way, that's kind of a blessing in disguise, because if you keep pushing and you keep improving, when you do blow up, people have a catalog that they can go back and watch. Going viral or becoming successful off of your first video or your first performance isn't really the best thing to happen in the long run. If you're making stuff and you're enjoying yourself and you're improving as you go, once that thing does happen, once you get that viewership, they have a whole portfolio that they can then enjoy of your work.
It's, as you know, it's a long slog. We're going through this right now with our Buffalo the Bear show on YouTube. We had done a couple of live cartoon events at LA Comic-Con, the last 2 Comic-Cons, which had never been done before, and people freaked out. We had done some videos, and we started doing this weekly show in February, and we don't get, not a lot of people are seeing it, but they're good. It's good quality stuff.
For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
So as we grow our audience, that's all going to be there in the bank for people to discover.
One of the big reasons I started my channel in the first place was really just to practice video editing. If you can't get hired on something because of lack of experience or whatever, just make stuff. Even if something's bad, like, take a look at it and use that for next time. Learn from what is bad and make something good next time, you know?
If you have a good supportive group of friends, they'll tell you when something sucks. Telling me something that you think something I did was great when you don't really think that is not helping me. And you mentioned learning how to edit. Learning how to edit makes you a better writer too.
Yeah.
You know, when we're shooting Buffalo the Bear stuff, we'll shoot this much and then we end up using this much, so that the next time I go sit down to write something, I realize we don't need that, we need this. The only way to do it is to do it.
Do you have any interesting stories from the booth, whether, you know, like working on Jimmy Neutron or any other shows?
Every scene we would record as written, because our writers were brilliant, and then we would do a crazy pass where anyone could say whatever they wanted and no one would get mad.
When it came to improv, was there any specific situations that you can recall?
I don't know if this line ever made it into the show, but it's one of my favorites. Rob was talking as Carl one day, and he just out of the blue said, "Jesus helps me trick people."
Hold on. They might play the clip, but no, I'm gonna play it first.
I said Jesus helps me trick people. I don't think people understand, but I can call Jesus and he'll help me trick you. He said, hey, call up the drugstore and ask him if he has Sir Walter Raleigh in a can, and then say, let him out, or call the bowling alley and ask him if he's got 16-pound balls, and say, how do you walk?
If I'm offending your religious sensibilities, I do apologize.
Incredible.
And we all just, I don't know if that's in an episode, but
honestly, given the airways, I probably doubt it, but that's amazing.
I doubt it, but it was funny. He says it at Comic-Cons.
What did Jesus do to you? What did Jesus do to you?
Oh, I said Jesus helps me trick people. I don't think people understand, but I can call Jesus and he'll help me trick you.
If I'm offending your religious sensibilities, I do apologize. It's a special place in hell for me.
Mel Brooks played Santa Claus.
I had no idea that was Mel Brooks.
Before he came in, his people You know, they sat us, this cast down and said, listen, Mel's coming in here, you know, don't bug him. Don't ask him a lot of dumb questions. He's coming in here to work and then he's going to leave. And he's very busy, blah, 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 blah. So don't bring anything in for him to sign. Don't mess with him. You're not fans, you're colleagues. And we said, oh, okay, we won't. Everybody brought something to sign, right? But no one brought it out. Literally everybody brought something, but it was hidden behind the couch. He comes in, he's very nice. Hey, how are you? How are you? How are you? He looks in the booth and he sees Megan Cavanaugh, who had been in 2 or 3 of his movies at that point. And he went from, hey, how are you? Megan Cavanaugh, do they know who you are? And suddenly he was our uncle, and he was hilarious and gregarious. He finishes his stuff and he goes, that's great. It was great meeting you guys. I hope I get to do it again. And then we're like, it's lovely. Would you mind? Would you mind? And then he signed a bunch of stuff.
That's
and then
great.
he split. So that was a great, you know, arguably one of the top 5 funniest people of the 20th century. Every Friday from 10 to 2, we would just laugh for 4 hours all the time, every week. The scripts were so strong. The acting was so strong.
Especially since it's a TV show, that's probably what the recording schedule was like, weekly, you said?
Mm-hmm. And we would all record together. A lot of shows don't do that. They record one at a time. And certainly the last 2 years.
Oh yeah,
all
definitely.
the recording has been solo, which I'm not a fan of.
It's a lot easier to record, especially something like a comedy, when you have people in the booth with you that you can kind of bounce off of, and you can read their performances easier.
Right. I think you get a much better final product. It's harder to arrange all the schedules. I mean, especially if you're dealing with celebrities, you know, they can only be there for an hour. But I absolutely agree with you. The week that I worked on Seinfeld sticks out in my mind because it was the same vibe. You know, typically, if you've got stars on a sitcom, if they're not in a scene, they're in their dressing room or they're on their phone goofing around. When I did Seinfeld, the people, you know, the leads that were not on stage were in their chairs watching the scene and going, oh, wait, hey, why don't you give her the ball there and you say that line and do this here? And it was everyone was focused on making the show as funny as possible. That's why it's Seinfeld and not some sitcom that got canceled after 4 episodes.
Do you have any favorite lines that Hugh has said in the past? Do you have any particular favorites that stand out to you, or maybe stuff that people asks you to repeat a lot? Because I feel like a lot of his lines are very iconic these days.
Yeah, that's kind of happened on the interweb. I like yeah, Mom says you're grounded. That's one of my favorites. What else? Sugar Booger is something that you know, Hugh would call Judy.
Sugar Booger, come quick! Jimmy's new show is funkerific.
I'm almost positive we made that up at some point. I can't imagine a grown person typing that into a script. And
hello, Cla. Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm taking a break from the game for a little bit.
You know, I would call Megan all kinds of horrible, disgusting, funny things, and she would just laugh. So that would encourage me to do it more. The pie stuff and the duck stuff, you know, those lines. I will live. There's a lot of memes of Hugh out there. I think he was sort of the philosophically the Kramer of our show. Nothing you can think of was too bizarre to be believable that Hugh would do or try to do. Hugh's going to dress up like a duck and go down to the school and talk to kids, or he's going to have pie day and whatever. A lot of times people will say lines to me that I just do not remember ever uttering. We would record and then the show would come out 9 months later. So I would watch an episode and half the stuff in the episode I wouldn't remember.
Yeah, there's really a huge gap between recording for an animated show and it gone through production.
We record the dialogue, then they would cut that dialogue to 21 minutes or 11 minutes, whatever it happened to be for that particular episode. Leaving in what they think the space would be for all the actions, right? Because there's lots of time on screen where the characters aren't talking, but stuff's happening. So let's say we got an 11-minute audio track, no sound effects, no nothing, just dialogue. They send that to the animators. The animators animate the characters, put in the backgrounds, la 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 la. Then it would come back to us to do line changes, add a joke if you're off screen, you know, do little fixes here and there to the final thing. Then they would lock the picture. Then they would add the music and the sound effects and stuff like that, and then it would be done. So every episode would come back to us at least once. So on a typical Friday, we would record 1 or 2 episodes, and then we would do fixes from 6 months ago.
It's a really common misconception online that animation is easy. It's very much not, obviously, especially like at the time, you know, doing 3D animation in the time period that Jimmy Neutron existed in was much harder than it is now.
They invented a lot of software and techniques that are in wide use today just because they had to. Go look at an old Warner Brothers cartoon. If the coyote runs off the ledge and there's nothing underneath him, and then he falls. If he runs out, if he does it too fast, it's not funny. If he hangs there too long, it's not funny.
Yeah.
There's an optimal time period. That's all that stuff had to be timed out with a grease pencil and a razor blade and film. During production for Neutron, it wasn't as archaic as the Warner Brothers stuff, but it was still very early in that process. So to get the timing funny, you know, to maximize the funny in the timing was a really difficult thing to do that I think they did really well, and I have no idea how.
I think it's kind of fascinating that, you know, to be an animator in the first place, it obviously takes a lot of talent, but to be a good animator that knows, you know, solid timing for jokes, especially when you're timing your animation to audio of like, you know, you guys talking as your characters, making sure that the actions line up so that it makes the joke even funnier than it is just as audio. That takes so many different bits of talent and combines it into one profession. So I have a lot of respect for people that are able to do that.
And it's the subtle stuff in a face, you know, it's the raising of an eyebrow. It's there's all you really have to be a kinesiology person. You have to understand how muscles work, how the body works.
Yeah.
And I think you have to have a sense of humor.
The animators have to have just as much of a sense of humor as the voice actors do.
There are a lot of talented artists who aren't necessarily good animators. They can draw something that looks beautiful, but if it's not alive...
Sometimes frame by frame an animation could look messy, but all together it can look amazing. I actually wanted to bring this up because I had just thought about it when we were talking about some Hugh Neutron lines earlier. How did you come up with Hugh's voice?
I got invited to audition by my friend Paul Marshall. I don't know what the medical term for what he has or what he is, but it's like whatever the shiniest thing in the room is, he's focused on it for a second, then he's very easily distracted when he's talking to you, and he never finishes a sentence, and he's very disjointed and really, really smart. So I thought it would be really funny if this genius kid had an idiot dad who was just clearly the dumbest guy in town.
I'll be in my workshop, which is sort of like my secret garden. Ooh, I feel so light there.
The stuttering and that stuff is, I ripped it off from one of the producers, Paul Marshall, because that's how he talks. And then I changed the voice a little bit. But where he would start talk, and then he would go over, and then maybe he would, well, you know. And it would all make sense to Hugh, but it wouldn't really make sense to anyone else who was actually listening to his words. I just thought it was funny.
It would not be the same without the contrast between Hugh and Jimmy, you know, intelligence-wise, because it was always, you know, as a kid, it was hilarious that there was just this like insanely smart kid and his dad is just this like kind of bumbling guy.
Having the kid be the smartest character is great for kids that are watching, right?
Oh yeah,
Most of the shows, the grown-ups are the smart people and they're telling kids how to do, what to do, and then the kids have to follow along. But by reversing that, it's very empowering for the kids that are watching. You know, I didn't certainly, you know, cogitate that out consciously, but I think that's certainly how it played out over time.
Warning. This is the part in the interview where I get into my really weirdly specific hyper-focus that I had as a child. I'm not kidding when I say this. About 4 people that watch this are going to care that I talk about what I'm about to talk about. But if you're one of those 4 people, you are in for a ride.
Let's fucking go.
Thumb Wars?
Yeah! I am so ready for this. I am so ready for discussions about Thumb Wars and all these Thumb movies. These are terrible, and I'm so here for this fucking discussion. Let's go.
Ubi dooba nooby. I have the silliest name in the galaxy.
That old like
I was in all of
Star
them.
Wars thumb
Yeah.
parody. Oh, you were in all of the thumb parodies.
I was not in the Blair Thumb. I wasn't in that one. But that's a Steve Oden. Those are Steve Odenkirk projects, and they're hilarious.
Has anybody ever brought that up to you at all?
Yeah, it's weird. The people that know about the thumb, it's Thumb Wars, Franken Thumb, God Thumb, Thumbtanic. There's probably a couple others that I don't remember. The people that know that stuff are like huge, rabid fans of it.
Oh, there's my trick mate.
Steve would put our heads in a vise and shoot just static video of our faces. Then he would strip out the eyes and the mouth and put them, we'd have little dots on our thumbs. Then they would affix the moving video of the face to the thumb, and they would dress the thumb up in costumes and then act out parodies of these movies. And I remember the first time the producer, Paul Marshall, called me and he goes, "We want you to come down and record this thing." "All right, what is it?" I goes, "Well, we're gonna do a version of Titanic with talking thumbs." And I said, "Paul, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard." And I thought he was kidding, and then it turns out to be something really funny.
Tell us your story.
Excuse me.
Well,
Give us but a rare glimpse behind the withered curtains of your mind.
When those specials were first airing on television, I remember I would always mark my calendars. I'd be like, I gotta see this the moment that it hits broadcast.
I know he's working on a new Star Wars one. It just hasn't come out yet.
Oh, that's really exciting to hear, actually. That's exciting for me specifically because I'm a huge fan of these things. Sometimes I even post clips of it on Twitter, and people are like, "What is this? Where's this coming from?"
I don't take money, only girly giggles.
What do you mean?
You've got to giggle like a girl. Half now and half when we reach Daldar.
What if we should choose not to?
Looks like you don't have much choice.
And
It's kind of like Mystery Science Theater. It was kind of a genre unto itself.
I don't know if you're familiar with it, but there was this series of viral videos called The Annoying Orange that uses a similar technology where they map certain things like the eyes and the mouth onto whether it be a still image or like an object. Like you guys, put your eyes and mouths on thumbs.
Hey, Apple. Hey. Hey, Apple. Hey, Apple. Apple. Hey. Orange, you glad I didn't say apple again? Hey, Apple. You look fruity. Hey, Apple.
Also, you had mentioned.
Oh my god, that was so funny. just the no reaction. Oh my god, that was way funnier than any Annoying Orange video. I don't know why I find that so. That's hysterical. Also, hello, welcome back, CG.
And that you had worked on Seinfeld at one point. Can you talk a little bit about that? Well, what did you do on the crew?
I just did an interview for TV Guide a little while ago. It's a top 20 Seinfeld episode. It's called The Face Painter.
Hey, did I see you on TV at the Ranger game? Were those your seats right behind the glass?
Those are them, yeah, season tickets.
It was a little more structured than Neutron for sure. We couldn't just, especially as a guest star, you can't go in and just start riffing and goofing around. But they were very open to ideas.
That's awesome. I actually never knew that you were in that show until you had brought it up. That was also a show that I watched when I was younger, and like I would watch all these episodes whenever they would air on TV. So, Bavo the Bear is this show that you're currently working on for YouTube. It's like a web show. Can you tell people a little bit about that? It's very interesting to me.
Yeah, I partnered with a VFX supervisor here in Hollywood who's done designs and operates all the animation for the Marvel movies, Benjamin Button, Polar Express. He's like the guru and the inventor of this motion capture animation technology. So as a side project, he and I in 2019 wanted to do a version of Whose Line Is It Anyway live on stage. And we had Boffo the bear in a holo box as the cartoon host. So he was interacting with people live in the audience, talking to people in the front row. It was the most downloaded thing of the 2019 Comic-Con, blew people's minds. Last December, we kicked it up a notch and we did a live talk show where Boffo and whoever he's interviewing are sitting in 2 chairs on a set at Comic-Con Live doing a talk show. We have a bunch of those interviews and we started putting them out on YouTube as part of the overall Boffo show. As the metaverse is a game changer for the internet, this technology is going to be a game changer for animation.
The history of like live animation is actually kind of really interesting. I think the first example of it that I had ever seen personally was on Fox. There was an episode of The Simpsons where the credits were actually a unique live animated test where it was Homer sitting behind his desk and he would take calls. It was very stilted, did not really work that well because, you know, that show was animated in 2D, and at the time they didn't really have the technology to make it look organic where like he's moving around and stuff. His words wouldn't really match up with like what his face would look like. It was very jank. Because they had pre-produced the animation and then they were trying to
apply it, adapt
live.
it to what Dan was saying, but it's different. But you know, it's that idea. That's where it started. Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard of the term VTuber before.
Oh.
Have you heard about that at all? Or?
Oh, the avatars that are doing shows.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of VTubers before, and you know, their stuff looks great. Like live animation is something that's very hard to do, so sometimes when something, a little tiny something is off, it can be off-putting to a viewer. But when
especially the lip sync.
Oh yeah, especially the lip sync. A lot of times their lips don't really match up to what they're saying, and you know, if it's a live stream, right, you know, you can kind of bypass that at some point as a viewer. Like, it doesn't really matter all that much as long as they're funny enough to carry it, and a lot of them are. But something interesting about Boffo that I noticed is that the way that you're recording it, the way the fur looks and like the lip sync is actually very, very good. It looks great.
Well, it's a system that was developed for feature films with $200 million budgets. And because he was the guy that wrote the code and designed the hardware, he was able to create a system for us that is feature film quality. We're doing it in 4K with moving hair and moving fur, and we're live streaming it.
You have this niche that you want to fill that you think hasn't been filled all that much, and I don't know, it's great to see that like you have like your own unique ideas on the industry as it exists, and I think you are bringing something unique to the table.
We're partnering with famous voiceover people and saying, all right, what do you want to do? Who do you want to be? You want to be a giraffe? Okay. Give me 2 weeks. We'll make you a giraffe. Luckily, we have access to some of the funniest people in the English language here in California, and we want to use them.
I'm really excited to see where Boffo goes from here. I can't wait to see what you guys do with it, you know, in the coming months, years, you know, however.
Yeah, we're putting out new stuff every week. We still have a lot of interviews from Comic-Con that we haven't released, and we'll be doing more Zooms, and, you know, we're just trying to figure out what people want to see, which is an interesting process. Because again, it's not like TV. I'm learning how to be a YouTuber, which is different than being a broadcaster.
Definitely, you know, it's a learned trait. You'll get it. It everything comes in time. Even I'm still figuring it out, and I've been doing this for like what?
I think you have it pretty well figured out. Yeah.
Thanks.
I think you got it.
So yeah, that's really the end of our time together. Do you want to promote anything? You want to put anything out there? Maybe you want people to see or follow you?
Yeah, just Boffo. We're putting out new Boffo stuff every week. We'd love it for you to come by and check it out and subscribe and click the bell and do all that stuff. We're trying to get as many people on the bandwagon as possible. And when we do our live broadcasts, you can call in, you can Skype in and talk to a bear. You know, where else are you going to be able to do that on a Thursday night?
So anything else you want to say before we sign off for the day, or?
I'm a fan of yours. You may not think so at this point, but you're already in the animation business, because the television animation business is dead or dying. And where the cool stuff is coming from is you and people like you on YouTube, inventing and being creative and playing with this new toolbox that everybody has. So it's exciting to see all this weird stuff and see the quality of it is really amazing to me, and it's really inspiring. And I feel like there's a whole new generation and iteration of comedy animation that's developing right now.
I mean, there's definitely a whole new wave of animation coming from very passionate teams of people that are focusing all of their efforts on YouTube, on platforms online. I really, really appreciate you taking the time to do an interview today. I know you probably have a very busy schedule with everything coming up. But again, yes, I very much appreciate you sitting down with me.
You're very welcome, Salty, and thank you. Have a great week, and hopefully we get to meet in the real world sometime.
Yep, sounds good. I'll hit you up if I'm ever in the area.
All right, thanks, Derek. Take it easy.
Right. Yeah, take it easy. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I know this was a little bit of a weird video in between some of my bigger projects, but if you want me to interview anybody else, let me know. I really, really enjoy interviewing people. I don't know, maybe this is just how I get my sick kicks. Anyway, more videos coming soon. Love you, bye.
Yeah, this is a fun one. And also, yes, he did also interview Tebow. Might put that on. Probably not, though. Okay. Look at these meals. Thanks. Wait, no, hold on.
Thanks.
There we go. Recovery request. Chip with a weird symbol on it. All right, let's dwink. Okay, we're at max. You know what? Let's eat. Let's eat a little guy. Nice. Caught that shit. Let's get out of here. Man, I haven't come across a BT at all this stream. I don't know why I'm knocking on wood, because I kind of don't want to. Oh shit! Here we go. Okay.
Hey Sam, those new sites you've brought into the network have helped us to restore more of our archives. Unfortunately, I still haven't managed to dig up anything about the BB's origins. And I'm completely locked out of BB-28's service record. If I could at least access that, I might be able to tell you why you've been experiencing those strange episodes. Well, I'll keep at it. You do the same.
Sam, check the terminal for available orders.
Already on it.
Higgs set Fragile up, huh?
Eavesdropping again.
It's all in your cuff logs. And with the aid of the Cairo network, we were able to restore Middle Knot City's regional archives. The records corroborate her story.
Don't need you to tell me what's true and what ain't. I could hear it in her voice. Son of a bitch fucked her over good.
No reservations about working with her then, I hope.
Good news, Sam. The bot you sent out made it to its destination.
Cool.
The test was a success.
Awesome.
Got another one prepped for you to use. Take you with my thanks.
Nah, I'll just do it myself.
One more thing, Sam.
Ah.
A new delivery type has been added to the terminal.
Yeah, it's the one with the bots.
Your hard work's getting noticed. Because of that,
What?
There's been some talk of offering a premium service.
Hello?
Now, it might seem like a hassle to willingly take on extra restrictions, but if you succeed, you'll boost your rep even more.
Uh-huh.
So, if someone asks you to deliver within a time limit, you could counter it by setting the limit even lower, thereby earning yourself a better evaluation if successful.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're feeling up for a challenge, give it a try.
Okay. That's a standard order. Ooh. That's a lot. That's a lot of weight. All right, hold on. Sure, I'll make a pair. It's got metal in it.
Sam, sometimes other porters will return Bridges' vehicles to the garage.
Whoa.
They're for everyone, so feel free to use them if
Oh,
you want.
baby, let's go. Okay, no, we only have another reverse strike, which, you know, yeah, that makes sense. God, why are these books so huge? Oh, I know, I was supposed to do this. There we go.
That stress and all those headaches suffered for a game that won't be perfect until it looks old. I don't have anything perfect, useful, or even helpful to say about crunch. I crunch. I crunch on everything I make. If anyone listening to this right now likes any aspect at all of any of these videos I make, I can attribute it at least partially to crunch. I got here onto my own YouTube channel with my own successful Patreon because I spent every day at my old job working twice as hard as anyone else in the office. I'm not saying I worked twice as well or twice as smartly. I'm just saying I put twice as much time into it. Other people worked 8 hours a day, so I worked 16. I figured I'm probably stupider than they are, and I have less experience being a media person than they do, so I need to work doubly hard to establish a voice and a character for myself. At the end of my 3 years there, even my meticulous spreadsheets couldn't prove that my crunch had had anything to do with my success or failure. Maybe I'd have had more viewers if I'd worked less and lived a little more. Maybe that would have come through in my personality. Maybe I would have been more relaxed and people would have identified with me more. I don't know. All I know for sure is that I got here crunching, and I got stuck here crunching. For my video review of Tokimeki Memorial, I logged a total of 670 hours of work, spread out over 9 months, climaxing with 17 consecutive 20-hour workdays during the editing phase of the project. I launched that video on January 1st, 2021. If I'd worked a normal 40 weekly hours schedule, I'd still be working on it right this minute, instead of sitting in front of this camera and reading this script. I'm glad the Tokimeki Memorial video is out, and I'm glad people like it, and I know it wouldn't have been as good, much less successful, if I'd scaled it down and released something 25% as dense.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bingo! They say of fast, good, and cheap, you can only ever pick two. I bodily took issue with that adage by working those 17 consecutive 20-hour days. I made it cheap, fast, and good, though at what other cost? Well, the week I started writing the script for this Cyberpunk 2077 review, in the middle of writing a sentence just a few minutes ago about crunch, found myself on the way to the emergency room with heart palpitations. After an EKG, some x-rays, 2 CT scans, and consultations with a cardiologist, a rheumatologist, and an ear, nose, throat specialist, apparently I had had strep throat for about a month. And I did not notice, because me likey the honey herb Ricolas. I spent a whole afternoon, evening, and night in the emergency room, being closely monitored for blood clots until early morning. I'm just sitting there in the emergency room thinking about my stupid Cyberpunk 2077 video, waiting to hear if a jagged, crusty chunk of blood is about to enter my brain and kill me or not. At one point, I spent 3 hours sitting in a wheelchair in front of the CT scan room, just not looking at my phone for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Then a doctor comes by and says, "Is there anyone in there?" And I said, "I don't know." And he just immediately kept walking. 10 seconds later, I was on my phone Googling internal jugular thrombosis and sweating bullets until sunrise. At some point, I saw a notification in my Mount Sinai Hospital app that included a doctor's notes saying that I was, and I quote, CF Lemierre's. Google told me CF stands for concerning for, and Lemierre's syndrome has nothing to do with the talking candelabra from Beauty and the Beast. Turned out my right jugular vein was infected, which is something I didn't even know could happen. My jugular vein got infected because my right lingual tonsil was infected. I didn't even know lingual tonsils existed. I told the doctor I had my tonsils out in 1993, the week Star Fox came out for the Super Nintendo. Super FX microchip, man. And he said, "Oh no, there are more tonsils that they don't tell you about. The lingual tonsils are the secret tonsils, the ones doctors don't see on the tried and true open your mouth and say ah test, no matter how hard they push your tongue down with that chubby popsicle stick." I spent another night in the hospital, wondering if I was ever going to publish this review at all. Genuinely afraid for my life, receiving a dose of intravenous antibiotics that in hindsight probably could have nauseated a Clydesdale. The death fear sustained itself multiple weeks further, during which time my ear, nose, and throat doctor told me I'd regurgitated stomach acid in my sleep, probably because of the antibiotics, causing acid burns over my vocal cords and shrill inflammation in the center of my torso. The doctor prescribed me a proton pump inhibitor to quiet down my stomach and esophagus, and referred me to a gastroenterologist who ordered an ultrasound to check the inflammation and swelling of my liver, spleen, pancreas, and gallbladder. I had an endoscopy and a colonoscopy on the same day, though probably not at the exact same time. That would have been a very talented gastroenterologist to rule out esophageal and colon cancer. My stomach acid reached such a medication-inspired froth by week 2 that even a genuine MD told me, and I quote, to check Reddit for what supplements people with esophageal inflammation find relief from. So it was that I began to daily consume marshmallow root, aloe vera, slippery elm extract, and N-acetylcysteine. It turns out, if you want doctors to call you on the phone, you just need to come down with something producers of the show House forgot to make an episode about. For a month, every new day was a new guy telling me they needed to make sure something else didn't kill me. I had dudes calling me at 8 a.m. like,
"Is this a good time to ask some questions about the illness that might suddenly kill you?"
I've got to say, that's a stressful working environment. Ultimately, The talking candelabra from Duty AB did not kill me. Instead of a coffin, I wound up with antibiotics and the purgatorial ending, wherein I have to squirt nasal spray up each nostril every 3 hours in order to, and I'm paraphrasing here, make sure any bacteria washes down into my stomach. You know, at first I didn't like nasal spray. Too many bad memories of youth by the pool. Well, after a couple days, I genuinely started to sort of enjoy it. It makes the whole inside of your skull smell like a hospital for 5-6 solid minutes.
How much longer is this going to go on?
In summary, what had started, innocently enough, with a doctor suspecting that a blood clot in my jugular vein was about to blast upward into my brain, causing a stroke, thus wound down to the current state of affairs, wherein I thrice daily consume a supplement whose name makes me scared I'm having a stroke every time I look at its bottle. I mean, to be honest, I actually like chewing these deglycerinated licorice root tablets. Every time I chew one, it makes me wonder if this is what root beer tasted like in cowboy times. It's deglycerinated, Jerry. So, even though I didn't die, I spent a not insubstantial period of time thinking I was going to die. Seeing as the mind makes it real, I feel like I've at least earned the right to say provisionally that video games almost killed me. While I was sitting in that wheelchair in front of that CT scanner room on that first night in the ER, thinking about jugular vein clots, I figured I might as well try letting my life flash before my eyes. Take a guess what I saw. I saw these videos. I saw myself working on Tokimeki Memorial in the dark. I saw Cyberpunk 2077 for 200 godforsaken hours. On many days when my tiny dog enjoyed hilarious walks without me in blizzard snow-covered Central Park, I sat in a dangerous posture on a terribly uncomfortable sofa, fidgeting so hard with Cyberpunk 2077's graphical settings that I eventually had to get biopsied for tonsil cancer. Have you ever been biopsied for tonsil cancer? The doctor said it was going to take 15 seconds, tops. It took 48 seconds.
Doc.
I know because I sleep with the sound of a metronome in my earbuds. When I, Atari rejectingly, told my mom in 1988 that Nintendo was the real video games, what I meant was graphics is video games. When I say in 2021 that video games almost killed me, I say not quite lightly that I have lived for, and I almost died for, video game
Dragon.
So forgive me if I don't want to spend 20
X6500,
additional minutes making fun of myriad buffoonish glitches in this game. If someone could get Doom running on a pregnancy test in 2020, CD Projekt Red can probably patch over most of Cyberpunk 2077's glitches by 2022 or 2023. And if my tonsil cancer biopsy results are anything to go by, there's a better than decent chance I will still be alive at that point. So right now, today, I do not want to make easy jokes. I want to make hard jokes. I'm not just saying that I want to make hard jokes because that's a quirky turn of phrase.
Wish I could be a VTuber, but I can't afford to. There's a lot of options for like free models, free PNGs. Pit Crew's a site that exists to make something out of it. It's possible to be a free VTuber. The only thing that you gotta spend your money on is like games and such to like, you know, use and play on stream. Controllers, a pretty good microphone, Yoshi coins.
Until the next delivery. Stay safe.
Like, you don't need the top of the line
New order available.
Stuff.
Access delivery term.
You just need stuff that, like, you know, is pretty good. Powerful sleeping tablets. You know what? Hold on a moment. Oh, I'm just carrying a pair of boots. Oh, I don't want these. I'll just offload these. No, I'll offload this climbing ink too. I just need hematic grenades and nothing else. also gonna. I had 2,700 subscribers in the past, but I sold my YouTube channel, which was a huge mistake. Oh man. The funny thing is that like you see, you know, my sub counts 620 something, whatever. That's not a recent number. I mean, it kind of is, but I didn't just, you know, I wasn't like, hey, what's up? I'm here, Cheese VTuber. And it's not like, you know, I showed up and I got all those. No, this channel is fucking like over 10 years old. And most of these subscribers, I want to say a little over half, maybe slightly less than half, was because I would make a funny comment on a video and they'd be like, hey, that's a pretty funny comment. I'm going to subscribe to you. Because people were idiots then. They still kind of are now. But people were bigger idiots then on YouTube. So, yeah, I really should have like, I don't know, 340 subscribers in reality, because like half of these people aren't even here anymore. But whatever, it's fine. I'll accept my fate as a freaking person with these subscribers. Opinion on GTA 6 trailer. I mean, it sure is Grand Theft Auto. That sure is a thing that it is. Excuse me. I sure don't have a huge opinion on it because I don't totally care for Grand Theft Auto. Oh, that's beautiful, actually. Let's put on this power skeleton. No, let's make a new one. Let's make a better one. Let's make a better one that's gold. Gold level 2. Oh, expensive, kind of. Oh, look at these. Oh, they're so garish. Ah, oh, beautiful. We also need to make a new trike. Because, like... I'm going to store this. I have the Stranding on PS5, but I think PlayStation removed it off of the premium subscription. Oh, because... Okay, I see. I was lucky, I and others were lucky to have gotten this game for free on PC through the Epic Game Store because they do the free game thing, and I'll be honest, I should not have gotten this game for free. This game is so not worth being free. It is genuinely great. I say that in a weird way, but I'm for serious. I want it to be my trike though. Anyway, private locker. Put these things in there. All right. Anyway. Let me take on an order. Just one, though. Yeah. Let's go, NG. I wonder if I can... when I'll be able to change the color. Oh my god. Oh, that's huge. Okay, that's better. Alright.
Order assigned.
Let's get going. And let's keep playing the audio of that video.
I'm saying it because I mean it. If you've watched any of my videos, you know I dedicate myself to sometimes unhealthy lengths. I just told you about my brush with jugular vein infected related death that resulted directly or indirectly from my self-imposed crunch on the pre-production phase of this review of Cyberpunk 2077. As my life flashed before my eyes that night, I realized I had to make some kind of personal statement about the crunch. And it immediately occurred to me that my segment about the graphics would be the place to do so. Because, did you know that 84% of video game developers are artists? It's true. I heard it in a YouTube video. For my statement about crunch, I resigned to lead by example. My typical workday for Action Button Season 1 reviews 1 through 5 followed a general template. I woke up daily at 6 a.m. I drank 2 liters of ice-cold water and then ate breakfast consisting of legumes, egg whites, and raw or steamed green vegetables, standing up in front of the stove in my kitchen. Then I returned to my bed, propped my pillows up against the wall, and sat upright under the covers. I read a chapter or two of 1 or more books. I checked my email. I scrolled down my Twitter messages. In this way, I filled the hour between waking and starting work with what I called my simulated commute. Here I had extricated all of the good elements of a New York subway ride from the bad. At 7 a.m., I sat in front of my PC and began work. Work either involved playing a game, researching, writing a script, logging footage, or eventually editing video. I worked daily from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., at which time I took a snack break. My so-called snack consisted of exactly the same food as my breakfast, which I prepared, ate, and then cleaned up after in one 12-minute period, standing in the kitchen. At 3:12 p.m., I resumed work. Between 3:12 p.m. and 10 p.m., I stopped an average of 3 times daily to use the bathroom. At 10 p.m., I ate an identical meal sitting up while watching television with my only friend, Mimsy. Mimsy invariably falls asleep within 46 minutes of the beginning of a television program, so we either watched 2 episodes of an anime or 1 episode of a 44-minute prestige drama. After Mimsy went to bed, I returned to work for just slightly over 1 hour from 10:46 to midnight. I took a shower, brushed my teeth, and went to sleep for 6 hours. This brings us to the rough average of 16 hours and 2 minutes of work per day. Occasionally, if a particular task had ensnared me just so, I stayed up past 2 or 3 a.m., though I never failed to wake up at 6 in the morning. I log all my work hours by category and task. I've been doing so for 15 years. It's good to be organized. It's helped me establish and understand my limits. I can tell you with scientific certainty that in the year 2020, I worked an average of 102 hours per week. Though, as I've already told you, I did spend 17 consecutive days in December working 20 hours per day, making a short-term 17-day average of 140 hours per week. After my physio-philosophical brush with death, I resolved to curb my own enthusiasm. For the duration of the production of the video program you find yourself watching right this moment, I woke up daily at 7 a.m. I ate my simple breakfast and conducted my daily simulated commute until 8 a.m. Then I worked from 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. and then stopped for a snack. And after the snack, I stopped working. I watched WandaVision. It sucked. I leveled up every job class in Bravely Default 2. That game's pretty good. I went to a clinic and had my fractionated bilirubin checked. My liver function is normal. I had blood tests for rheumatoid factor, and I am happy to report that I do not have rheumatoid arthritis. Yet. I bought this green jacket. I walked my tiny dog Bibithy Bibby Babbis in literally Central Park. I watched The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It sucked. I watched every episode of My Hero Academia. I replayed The Last of Us Part 2 twice. That's a really good game. I showered every day at 6 p.m. I ate dinner every day at 7 p.m. I went to bed at 10. That splits the difference between my primary care doctor and my gastroenterologist's relative to mealtime, bedtime timing. I bought a leather jacket. I bought the shoes I've always wanted. This video you find yourself watching right this moment came about via the efforts of exactly one man working exactly 40 hours per week. I think the results speak for themselves. By which I mean this is definitely the worst video I have ever made. And buddy, you ain't even a third of the way in. If I ain't broke you yet, by all means, keep watching. In other words, hey CD Projekt Red, Next time, instead of a big banner at the top of GOG.com that says 100% of your money goes to CD Projekt Red Group, why don't you try something like 25% of your money goes to CD Projekt Red Group employees? Well, that's my hard joke. In summary, game looks real good. It'll look better later. Some people think game looks bad. Well, I bought $8,000 computer. Also, finally, and most importantly, me likey the honey herb recoilless. Here I'd like to note that if I used a controller for all of the footage you're seeing in this review. I played through the opening chapter the first time with my Zowie FK1 mouse and Philco Majestouch keyboard. I had my mouse on the fastest DPI settings the whole time. Then I looked at the footage and figured somebody, if not everybody, would throw up. So I went back and captured the game from the beginning with a controller. Aiming with a controller sucks. I don't know how people put up with it. I don't know how I put up with it.
Wow, I super didn't hear you come in.
Well, yeah, you're riding a motorcycle.
True. The game calls it a reverse trike. I just call it a bike.
Yeah, well, I call this game weird.
It is weird. I love it though. I am like kind of head over heels into it. So there's quite a bit you missed, not plot-wise. I mean, yeah, plot-wise, but progression-wise. So fucking normal human people, you know, the real monster was man. Yeah. Oh, hey, people. Hey, what's up? Other players.
Hi, monsters. Hi.
Hold on.
Hey, mine's heavier.
I mean, yeah, he's right. So, normal human fuckers who try to beat you up, they still suck. Even after getting like a bolo gun to like shoot them. If you don't have a plan, get fucked, stupid. Hold on. Oh, there's no... wait, hold on. It's here. No, I want metals. I want, like, metal. Anyway, but the horrible, evil, like, goo monsters, the ghosts, the people calling them the Death Strandings, yeah, no, I have a... Not only do I have a solution for them, they are so easy to take care of if you just let it happen. Oh yeah, also, well, what's up?
I played Commander tonight, but it was mostly just for fun tonight. So we're not starting the new season until next week. And we decided to make it a little spicy or whatever. We decided we're going to play a little bit for a prize, but like it's not a huge one. It's like $5 promo packs, whatever. Because we don't get those too often, right?
Yeah.
Top 3 players got one. First place got a foil promo pack, whatever. He opened his, the guy who won, he got his, he got like a $15 card out of his. And I opened mine since I got 3rd place. And I got a $20 card out of mine.
Ah, sick!
So suck it!
Let's go.
Yeah, no. We had a lot of fun tonight. It was good stuff.
Very cool. Happy for you.
I'm just in a better mood now because I'm not dead. So
yeah, I mean, fuck, man. Isn't that the best position to be in? Not dead.
There is. It's better. It's like there's 2 positions, and I like this one better.
Yeah.
I watched that Todd in the Shadows video.
Oh man, so like.
I did not expect there to be that many.
Yeah, and that's not even all of them. Those are just the ones that like he like figured was fake.
So like. When H-Bomber Guy, I remember when H-Bomber Guy was talking about like the instances of plagiarism in that guy's videos, and like he had like his whole collective catalog there, and he saw like there were like 26 instances like of different videos that had plagiarism in them, whatever. It was almost the same amount of things of inaccuracies or just made up shit that Todd pointed out in his video. He had more, and it's like it was almost 1-to-1. Just like so, it's like. How did anyone take this guy seriously?
Like, I think the thing that like really caught my attention, mostly because, you know, I'm a cartoon person and I should know this, is the claim that Korra was moved to streaming because, you know, gay woman of color main character. People don't like that.
I remember that too.
And I was like,
that was so outrageous.
And I was like, you know, Korra's a lot of things. Gay was never like in the cards from the beginning. So
Never.
Like, and also they did not do that for they fucking Nickelodeon hated Korra because it was expensive and not as popular as Avatar.
Yeah, because Avatar was special, right?
Yes.
And also the idea that people don't like a woman of color after having The Last Airbender.
Yeah.
Where your main character is like a person of color, like he's Asian, right?
And also Katara, who's Inuit and one of the coolest people in that show.
And Sokka, who was also an Inuit and also like hilarious.
And
everyone liked him.
Yeah.
Like, it was as diverse as it could have been in The Last Airbender.
No, apparently
area white among them.
No, apparently Korra was just too gay and too POC to exist on TV. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Insane. And then say, oh, the hand holding was what got it up. No, fucking shut up. No.
They didn't even think about doing the hand holding thing until they were actually working on the finale. Oh man. There was also like all those small things that like he pointed out like near the very end. My favorite of those small things was he didn't like Forrest Gump because it doesn't go into how actually lucky Forrest is. Meanwhile, what the fuck is the movie actually about if not him being extraordinarily lucky?
Extraordinarily lucky. Like he told JFK that he really had to pee.
Yes. And in the book, he went to fucking space. He was like one of the first astronauts.
Oh my god.
Like, what do you mean he's not extraordinarily lucky? What movie were you watching?
Oh man.
Oh jeez.
Or just fucking... Or the one about Draco Malfoy being pro-trans, like a violent pro-trans.
Like, what the fuck?
Outrageous.
Like, I think the whole J.K. Rowling being a TERF discussion would be way different if that was actually true.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it would. Like, oh my god. Like, first of all, already, fuck this guy for making me have to defend Korra, but, like... but that's where we're at.
Yeah.
Second, like, half of those he wasn't even trying.
Yeah.
And then we find out that, yeah, he actually wasn't trying. He was actively making shit up.
Oh, God. And, like, you know, someone had to call out his writer, Nick. Like, and H Bomber Guy wasn't going to.
H Bomber Guy was too nice to him.
Yeah. As it turns out, it's like, sometimes I'll just take a glance at something and it's like, oh, that sounds right. It's like, wait.
Or it's like, no, I'm not going to do it. It's too cruel. And Todd's like, I'll do it. Pass the knife.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Crazy. Yeah, good watch. Good watch. Great background noise to just see this guy be, like, the biggest shitter.
Yeah.
The queer community has ever seen.
It's so like
I've been telling people just be saying shit on YouTube.
Yeah. It's so like surgical too, like with the precision of like him just talking about everything and like all these fake claims.
Oh yeah, and the weird obsession with Nazis?
Yeah, the whole thing about like how like Nazis invented like fitness culture, which is one of the most incorrect things ever.
And that there were gay SS officers that
no,
like blew each other. Like, huh? What?
They have a lot of better things to do than to just blow each other, which, you know, is fun, but, you know, not at all priorities.
God. Crazy. Or that Hitler shot one of his top officers because he was fat?
Yeah, that's fucking...
I don't understand why this was a thing he felt the need to point out.
I think one of my favorite of like the real world history, what the fuck are you talking about, the claims, was that Americans weren't that scared of Russian soldiers because, you know, they had the big heavy coats. And it's like, what do you mean? The USSR was so, like, determined to be like, we have the best, strongest people around. Look at how actually buff they are.
Just review Mission Hill like a normal gay. Oh yeah, speaking of normal gay, that was probably the most egregious one in the whole video. The whole boring gays die of AIDS or whatever.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with him?
Like, ooh, and the whole, like, very much like talking down the whole, like, AIDS crisis and, like, you know, especially with the whole fucking like all these rich conservative gays just want marriage equality and, like, being able to be in the military, and, like, it's no. I mean, like, sure, some do, but, like, that's not why they wanted it. They just
fucking hell.
Just like
they just wanted to be treated equally.
And like seeing this guy being publicly executed reminded me, oh yeah, being gay kind of was illegal-ish in America for a while, to the point where during the AIDS crisis, gay identities were just completely, like, scrubbed from history, to the point where, like, someone's partner is just not allowed to be involved in, like, the funeral process.
Like, way to fucking tell on yourself how coddled you are, right?
Yeah.
It's like he's not doing a good, like, I guess if he felt it upon himself to, like, downplay the AIDS crisis, because, like, the Conservative Party apparently wasn't doing a good enough job.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
I really, like, at some point, because of, like, all these whack-ass fucking claims he was making, I was half, like, expecting there to be some sort of claim near the end of the H-Bomber guy video that he wasn't actually gay.
Oh, yeah, the biggest one, yeah.
and it'd be like, well, wouldn't that be something, fucking, like, just, no, he's just not gay at all.
No, that would have blown H-Bomber guy's video out of the fucking water.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But you know what? Hey, at least we can all come together and celebrate this man's fucking internet presence being fucking publicly executed. Like, apart from that video, this guy is just about to not exist at all on the internet anymore.
Oh yeah, no, it's done. He's over.
This is actually getting canceled.
Banish you to the Whole Foods.
Oh, jeez.
Banish you to the Panera Bread where people are still dying.
Yeah, they're still dying of fucking lemonade death, which...
I can't believe we're up to 2 now.
Yeah, we're at 2 now. Still dying. You would think that, like, after the first one happened, people would just stop getting that lemonade.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Hold on. 2 confirmed.
2? Oh, God, you're right.
That's a big knot city.
Oh, I don't think I told you about this. No.
Pardonnez-moi?
No. So, South Knots. All of these cities have you know, not in the names because you know you're tying them together. It's like a rope metaphor. But the
a
thing,
strand, if you will.
But the thing you gotta pay attention to is that the one in California, the one that we gotta get to at the end of the game, is called fucking Edge Knot City.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, Kojima, if like this is the one time where we're like, oh, I don't think you know what you're doing.
Oh, Kojima. Oh, listen, thank you for this DoorDash simulator. I appreciate it.
So some people appreciate it more than others, in different ways.
Donkey is not one of those people.
He's come around to it. There was that revisiting one, and it's very much like he's very much on the side of I appreciate the ideas here. Wow, the execution's fucking weird and not good.
I think most people would agree on that. Even if they like it, yeah, it's kind of fucking out there.
For me, I'm like, I can really appreciate both the ideas and the execution. Like, I'm really like into the fucking like the whole like lore of this place, like how like, I'm like interested in like seeing how we got here. The only thing that I'm not a fan of is the difficulty early in the game, but it also plays into the whole like pacing thing that it's got going on. The pacing, I feel like pacing progression is actually pretty good.
Fair enough.
Alright, so what is this? Safe house. What is this?
I love the beginning of the H-Bomber guy video, though, because he wasn't just talking about him. He was also talking about, like, the guys that James Rolfe had hired for Cinemassacre, and how one guy, apparently during the fucking Angry Video Game Nerd roast, just straight up stole all his material from other comedians. The most notable being fucking Gilbert Gottfried from another roast.
Yeah, like, what?
He couldn't decide between the honey glazed or pineapple slices. Like, as soon as I heard that, I screamed because I instantly recognized the joke.
Like,
I'm like, how dare you? How dare you steal that great joke?
Taking the Lord's name in vain.
Yeah, honestly. It makes me so happy to know that one of the last things that Gilbert Gottfried recorded before he died was like a cameo where someone, where he was talking about fucking a Mr. Beast burger.
Yeah.
My cock is so happy. Thank you, Mr. Breast. It was some real, but when he hits my clitoris energy. I do like this one Kyle Kinane thing where he was talking about a very real thing where he said, listen, your gravestone is yours. Mm-hmm. You can put whatever you want on it. And I feel like people should take advantage of that more.
Yeah.
Don't let some uncreative schmuck get a hold of it after you die, right? You know, like, because you could just have anything. Like, you see a gravestone, it says, oh, loving father. That guy could have been a dick. You don't even know.
Yeah.
So as soon as I know exactly what I want to have written on mine. It's going to be very, very plain, very simple, basic font, you know, just whatever. It's going to read, Kyle Kinane, born, died in your arms tonight.
Oh, that's fun. I love that.
Parentheses, must have been something you said. It's like, listen, that's not a great joke, but you know what? It's the best one you're going to find in a cemetery.
Yeah, actually.
And where else do you need a laugh in this world?
Uh-huh.
You pass by that gravestone while you're going to visit your loved ones, delivering some flowers, whatever. You just glance in your periphery, going like,
Hey honey, look at this. Look at this. 80s lyrics.
I love. Look at this 80s lyrics. It's so funny. Just right, yeah. Just... You know what that Tombstone joke reminds me of? And it's really weird because I haven't thought about this in a while. It reminds me of fucking Balls of Fury. And
Oh, what part?
Okay. It reminds me of like a part like near the beginning where what's that actor's name? I don't remember. Main guy. Whatever his name is. He's visiting like the grave of his dad, and he's like, hey dad, it's, you know, I'm coming to visit your tombstone, and you know, kind of wish that we got you a better one. And it just says apostrophe some year dash apostrophe some other year. No name or anything. It's like, but the guy at the gravestone place, you know, he said, you know, numbers are under pop, apostrophes are free. And I'm like, oh, it's a kind of a horrible dark joke. Oh, you, I gotta get to you.
All that movie confirmed to me is that Christopher Walken's hilarious even when he's phoning it in.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Phoning it in is absolutely, like, the term to use for what he's doing in that movie. Also, I always forget Aisha Tyler's in there, and she's decent. They didn't really give her much to many funny things to say.
Yeah, but she's pretty. So.
She is pretty.
You saw how she just sort of captivated people's attention while not really actually doing anything while being there, and be like, oh, she'd be a perfect host for Who's Line.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
I'm remembering this one great out-of-pocket moment from one of the Shitstorm of Spookiness videos. I think it's the one that takes place in like Sweden or something, or like in the or the one of the Nordic countries, right? And Pat just decided to do like a Swedish chef voice. Like it. He was like, "Oh, when are we going to make it the meatballs, Borg and the Borg?" And then Matt was like, "That's an excellent PewDiePie." So out of pocket, I love it.
I feel like PewDiePie would have loved that too. Oh, there's some more guys. That's it. Whoa. Okay. Hello?
The paths we walk become roads, Sam. See the tracks you left behind? They tell a story. If you were a spy on a mission, you'd have failed. But you're not. So be proud of those tracks. They're proof that you exist. Keep leaving that proof. Let people know you're out there. Give them the courage to come together again. As you expand the network and aid your fellow Americans, you strengthen the bonds between us all and blaze a trail for them to follow.
Bro, I'm just trying to make this road. You don't need to be so formal, so serious about this. Oops. Just kind of accidentally ran over a container full of wine. Cool. I'm determined to make this road, even if I have to go back and forth a few more times.
I think it would be pretty funny if you're like traversing this like landscape on the bike and you like bump up and down on these like non-linear like jagged roads, and then all of a sudden your car goes like, "Hey, keep it down." Where did you learn to drive?
I haven't thought about that in so long.
Where did you learn to be an asshole?
And in the AVGN game, it's like, oh, I know who it is. Oh, it's her. It's the where did you learn to fly, bitch? Go. Yeah, sure, I'll go back over there.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Thank you for your contribution. Keep on keeping up. License restrictions lifted.
Stretch my legs.
Might as well just go to this one.
All clear.
Alright, here's the fun part. Trying to get down. Oh, it's metal. Okay. Oh, let's go. Oh. Oh, no, wait. There's like a kind of a straightforward path. Oh, I stand corrected. Don't go down that way. You know what? I'm gonna hunt these fucks. These BTs. I don't know where they're at. But I'm determined to find them. And I also gotta look around for the little gold material. Chiral crystal, that's what they're called. I'm more out in the wilderness, like in the middle of nowhere. So I'm gonna run out there. Oh, go fuck yourselves. I don't want to deal with you. I want to deal with the BTs. Bring out the BTS. God, no. Where's my ghost green place? I don't see any red. Bet the BTs are like over there. There's so many over there. God, really? You seem so fine. Ah, fuck, I'm like knee deep in there. Oh, I'm going the actually wrong way. Yeah, I need that. Need this. Ooh, big one.
Nice.
Oh, is that it? Are we all done with this road?
Yeah.
No. Oh, almost.
We're getting there.
We are getting there.
And you look bulky.
And I look what?
Bulky.
Yeah, I do look bulky. I'm trying to find where these BTs are. I want to find this BTS. And it's raining. But I don't know. There was one, like, scripted encounter, but, like, that's it. Or no, I think there was, like, one before then. But, like, that's it. Only two.
In fairness, there's not a lot out here.
There is not a lot out here. Other than, you know, player structures. But even then, they kind of, like, people gotta make them. Oh, someone, poor bullet gun.
Hello!
Not the button I wanted to press, but okay. Oh, don't stop raining. No. Oh, boo. Okay. Did not know that's what was going to happen, but alright. Hello, Superhero 60. Welcome to the stream.
Hey. Yeah, here, unfortunately, that I must take my leave. Me adjusting to my sleep schedule means that I'm getting sleepier earlier than I usually do.
Yep. I get that.
So, I hope you continue to have fun, Cheese.
I shall.
Talk to you later.
See you later, buddy.
Someone happy.
Come on, man. I wanted BTS to come attack me. It's not who I want to attack me, though. Fuck it, honestly. I'll just go take care of story things. Oh, it's down there. Okay. Gotta go this way.
There we go.
Oh, I should have gone back for my trike. Whatever.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Decontaminating soon. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Weather station. From the crevasse. I'll take care of this one first. Nah, I'll just hoof it.
Order assigned.
However, it does make the footage a lot more pleasant to look at on a large television. I hope someone appreciates that. Just like I hope people who love Cyberpunk 2077 appreciate this next segment.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I live on a high-action street here in New York, Manhattan. Constantly horns honking, motorcycles, Harleys, choppers, ambulances, fire engines, pigmobiles with the squealer turned all the way up, streaking by like I live in an open-world video game. 7 floors up? Not high enough. 7 stories, 8 stories. I think it takes about 100 stories to silence a pigmobile's squealer. I like it. I think it lends texture to the sound. I've got my microphones placed more or less correctly. I am a Nimrod, though I'm at least a Nimrod of a petty enough degree that I can look up a YouTube video about where to put a microphone. Did you know most videos on YouTube are about making YouTube videos? Did you know this? I looked into it. 84% of videos on YouTube are about how to make a YouTube video. Where's the sequence settings menu in Adobe Premiere? That's a YouTube video. How do I copy paste in Adobe Premiere? That's a YouTube video. I point out the thing about the ambulances and the police cars and the fire engines in each one of these interludinous segments because I know that if I did not do so, 4 out of 5 viewers would presume I had no idea they were able to hear the noise. So let's talk about the graphics. Do you like my particle emitter I put back there? I intended this segment to just be a sort of an ode to video game graphics, a sweeping... I should probably take these glasses off, shouldn't I? Hold on. Glasses, you're getting a little bit of a real-time ray-traced reflections on my glasses. Got a bunch of lights. Looking into getting fancier lights. I'm not a cinematographer. If I have any cinematographers or directors of photography, DPs, as they call them in the industry, if any of you are Dr. Peppers watching this video, if you want to help me out, let me know. I meant for this segment to be just a wide, sweeping sort of review of graphics, and I think that it's a real strong first 5 minutes, so... I don't know if I really said everything about graphics in here. This is how I feel as I'm editing the video, as I come back to... I go back and I paint over each segment with a little bit more editing. Every other week, I manage just cycling back to a finished segment to put another coat of paint on it. I feel like I didn't nail this one. I had a good time with it. I think it's pretty good, and it's good as it is. There's a couple of things that stick out to me. Well, first of all, I want to thank EVGA for sending me this GeForce RTX 3090 FTW Ultra Gaming graphics card. They sent it to me because I paid them $1,800 for it. I actually paid Dave Brown $1,800 because he was able to purchase it. Yeah, he was able to put it in his cart, DM'd me on Twitter saying, "You want this?" I said, "My God, yes." I know that I've already started getting angry messages and comments about my bragging about my PC. I use this PC for work. I understand the LED lights, the RGB lights look pretty stupid. Though those fans were like, I got them for like $8 more than the non-RGB fans. And I figured I wanted to have a lot of good airflow in here. And Steve from Gamers Nexus loves this Lee & Lee. I'm pointing at it because it's like literally 2 feet away. I live in New York, Manhattan. Steve from Gamers Nexus loves this Lee & Lee 011 Dynamic XL case for the air cooling. And I've got a all-in-one liquid cooler in there. I don't say AIO out loud in the YouTube video. Why would I say AIO? Am I old McDonald? Do I have a farm here? All-in-one is faster to say. I'm not typing in an IRC chat room here. I have a liquid cooler in there. I'm looking into upgrading these parts. The 3090 was a real champion for editing this video, and it was a real champion for playing Cyberpunk 2077. It's a blessing and a curse having a good graphics card, as I believe I went to great lengths to explain. The 3090 was definitely very, very, very good for editing video. The thing that is causing me the technical problem on the export process of the video as we speak happens to be the audio rendering, so that has nothing to do with the 3090. I've got it covered, I've got it handled, it's just tedious. I'm recording these in between those. For all my harping on my PC, for all my quote-unquote bragging about my new PC in this video, I don't think it's good enough for editing videos. I told myself I was gonna put this thing together and just immediately perceive, if not hit the wall, I was gonna immediately perceive where the wall is. I was gonna palpate the wall within, I told myself it would be a couple of days. I'd give myself 3 days to understand where the wall is. And then I surely enough did. And it came twofold. One was using Adobe Premiere, feeling absolutely drunk on power versus the 2080 Ti machine I'd had before. This has 128 gigabytes of RAM, so it was, Premiere really loves the slop. Its mutter was a mutter when it comes to RAM. I mean, it goes to town on RAM. It really went to town on the RAM in this thing. Premiere will just take whatever it can get its grubby little horse hooves on. I felt powerful for a bit with this PC, and then that powerfulness just leveled right off. And I'm looking into the possibility that when game PC enthusiasts on internet forums talk about
32 gigabytes is plenty of RAM, dude. You won't notice the difference.
like you notice the difference if you're doing nonsense like what I'm doing to make this video. I'm handling the 6K footage and chroma key and whatever. I do need an honest to goodness big boy pants workstation. I know that this computer will, the truth is I built it for someone else. Who is the someone else? We'll find out soon. I will be building myself another computer very soon. I've had this one now, used it, daily drivered it for 16 hours a day for 9 months. About 16 hours a day spent between various projects, 8 hours of which were spent on this video, and another 8 hours on gaming and writing and wheeling, dealing, programming. Learned C++ this year. Did you? I'd say I'm pretty well versed in C++. It was the thing. It was a dream of mine. Long held dream. I always wanted to get into that. I talk about using Alex Battaglia from Digital Foundry's minutely, meticulously configured settings that he had settings for recommended for 4K ray tracing on a 3090 for getting maximum FPS. I used those settings to the bone. I don't think that's the expression. I used those settings as he had laid them out. The reason I say that I ended up going in and constantly tweaking was I just kept thinking, how much more can I get away with? Because I turned it up just enough. This is why I say this thing is a blessing and a curse. This is the curse part. I knew I could get away with a little bit more in some cases. And I was capturing, at the advice of Digital Foundry's John Linneman, on an Atomos Ninja 5. So I was like, oh, I've got all this overhead on the PC. It's not all this. Shadowplay is pretty light. A lot of the footage in here was recorded with Shadowplay. Shadowplay, you can get some decent FPS with Shadowplay. You can even get 60 FPS at Digital Foundry's Alex Battaglia's settings most of the time with Shadowplay on and recording, which blows my mind. If you would have told me about that in 1994 when I was playing Doom, I wouldn't have had any idea what you were talking about, because what is any of this stuff? Why would I want to record my video games? This is what I would have told you. Though, I was able to get really good frames, even with Shadowplay on. However, when I was unshackled, unburdened, I was like, let's see what this, how many MPHs this baby can hit on the highway. You keep seeing probably these repeated shots of the motorcycle driving down the city. I call it my Mario Kart track. I have this perfect Mario Kart track. Shout me out in the comments if you want me to stream myself driving on the Mario Kart track for an hour or so, a week after this comes out. Maybe that would be a fun thing to stream, since I'm not free of this video. Yeah, so my Mario Kart track, you're seeing that footage. That was like my test bed for how many FPS can I get, is riding down this Mario Kart track and seeing if I could keep it at 60. And it did stay at 60. You see a lot of hitches, probably. Those hitches are when it auto-saves. These Digital Foundry expertly calibrated settings, I'm just like, how much more can I get away with? It was just too temptatious to try to get away with more. And I didn't even know that Alex Battaglia at Digital Foundry knew who I was, much less followed me on Twitter, much less watched these videos until he tweeted at me. And I was like, oh my God, Alex Battaglia at Digital Foundry, watch all your videos. So shout out to you, Alex Battaglia. Shout out to John Linneman. I just pointed at my computer when I said John Linneman. That's how esteemed that man is in my mind. I haven't talked to any human people for a while because I've been busy with various things. I did watch John Linneman and Digital Foundry DF Retro's excellent PlayStation retrospective video. 3 hours of it. Watched it sitting right here on this TV, sitting on this uncomfortable sofa, watching it on this beautiful TV. It was a wonderful experience. And I have this extended segment in here where I talk about crunch and I talk about getting sick and being sick for a long time. What actually you don't know is that I got sick again while editing this thing. The whole thing about how I was only going to work 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week for the duration of this project. But that just kind of fell apart here at the end, where I did end up working 16-hour days for something like 6 straight weeks. It was bad at the end, because that 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week it was too slow. It wasn't working, man. And that's my fault. I don't mean to, I know somebody's probably going to yell at me for glorifying crunch. I promise, I'm not trying to do that. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to not do it that way. I mean, I'm gonna make this promise much later in this video, but maybe you're watching this on your second time around. The next season of videos is gonna be much different from this one. Completely, very fundamentally different. You'll see what I mean when we get there, and we're getting there pretty soon.
Y'all like how I'm in this ray tracing zone here?
I tried to light it like it was a ray traced scene in a video game. Ray traced lighting. I actually filmed like a modeled ray trace behavior to try to illustrate what ray tracing is for the segment about ray tracing in here, and then I ended up not using it. I used Brent Porter's illustration and like a pink sheet of paper and a white light and a white sheet of paper. It looked pretty cool. It was not filmed as well as this, and this isn't filmed as well as it could be. We're all in a real weird boat right now. Read that. I had a good time lighting this scene. Again, any directors of photography, DPs, Dr. Peppers watching this, and they want to let me know what I did wrong, what lights I should buy. Tell me, just as long as you're not patronizing about it. And go ahead and be patronizing if you want. Also, one thing I regret in this video was while editing story number 1, I came up with the word de-PlayStationation to describe the Cyberpunk 2077 being removed from the PlayStation Network, and then I came up with that while editing the video, and I just wished I'd come up with it while writing the script, because it would have been funny to have in the script, to say de-PlayStationation out loud. If you watched part 1, and you're watching part 2 as the second part that you watch, first of all, that's a little weird. I think you're actually probably kind of a cool person if you are watching parts 1 and 2. You chose parts 1 and 2 to be the 2 parts you watch. I think that's a pretty decent configuration. I sort of cuisined them to fit together sort of well. Though if you watched part 1 before you watch this, you know I also talked about de-PlayStationation in my little director's commentary on part 1, so now I'm giving it to you again. If you didn't watch part 1, you don't know what de-PlayStationation is, so that's why I explained it here. These interludes are starting to get a little labyrinthian. Maybe I should go. If this was your second story, proceed to the end. If it was not your second story, it's your first story that you chose to watch, have fun picking another one. It's okay to watch number 1 now, if you want. You can go backward if you feel like it. Anyway, I'll see you all real soon. By which I mean in a couple seconds.
I'll think about joining. Take it.
Oh.
So long, Sambert. Thank you.
Good work. New order available.
Hello and welcome back to Video Games. I'm Tim Rogers. You are watching the Action Button review of Cyberpunk 2077. Let's talk about what I liked. As preparation for writing this segment of my review of Cyberpunk 2077, I first read every overtly negative review of the game I could find. I figured this would fuel my personal ambition for positivity. I try hard around here to be positive at any cost. A difficult task given my recent acquaintance with new-to-me medical vernacular. Mostly, this exercise in thoughtful perusal of negativity made me uncomfortable because I agreed with most of what most of those reviewers said. One of my favorite reviews of Cyberpunk 2077 ran on NPR.org. In this review, the writer, one Jason Sheehan, circled back many times to an in-game clothing item with a lackadaisical anti-corporate slogan scrawled on. He used this jacket as a perfect encapsulation for most of what he found wrong with the game. I point this out right now because I promise you that when I first encountered this review of Cyberpunk 2077, I had already outlined a device for much later in this review. I'm going to do something similar, though far less elegantly than he did. And I'm going to do it far less elegantly on purpose. Whether purposefulness excuses ham-fistedness, I'll leave for you, the viewer, to decide. I don't disagree with a lot of his criticism. He says Cyberpunk 2077 seems to believe that presentation is enough. He says Cyberpunk 2077 tries so hard to be cool, to come off as crass and edgy, to talk tough and play like some kind of anti-capitalist anarchy generator, and that if a work leans too hard into that act, it will always come off more like a desperate pose than anything honest. He comically describes every mission in Cyberpunk 2077 as boiling down to the same 4 choices. A, shoot everyone. B, have sex with a robot. C, buy things. Or D, quit. He calls Cyberpunk 2077 all surface, no depth, all Sigma, no content. And finally, he issues a recommendation. You want to stick it to the megacorps and hit them where it really hurts? Just turn the game off and walk away. The passage in this review in which the writer Jason Sheehan discussed playing the cyberpunk tabletop RPG in the 1990s whilst entertaining teenage dreams of future techno-dystopias struck a power chord with me. I looked into Mr. Jason Sheehan's career. He's been a music critic for a long time. From the factoid that he played tabletop RPGs in the 1990s and now writes for NPR, I am able to expertly deduce that this man, right here, has probably been in a hardcore band. Please, Mr. Jason Sheehan, if you are watching this and you were not in a hardcore band at any point in your life, do not tell me. I could not take another shattered illusion this month. Do you want to know what a guy who is in a hardcore band looks like? You're looking at him right here, dude. I was in a hardcore band times like 9. Do you want to know what guys who are in hardcore bands do these days? They do stuff like this, like what I am doing right now. As someone who once painstakingly ingratiated himself over a period of a decade into Japan's remarkably dense cottage industry of evil nonsense music, I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that the worst conversation you can ever hear happening between two individuals regards the nature of what is and what is not, quote-unquote, punk. The most violent fistfight I ever witnessed in my life involved two Japanese girls arguing about some musician they knew who had recorded a guitar track for a TV commercial. Now, I don't want to expound upon my personal definition of punk yet. That would take me many minutes. And as you know by now, I prefer to stay on topic. So we'll sidebar my personal feelings about punk as a lifestyle and as an aesthetic for a segment much later in this review. All I wish to point out at this particular juncture is that when Jason Sheehan, writing for NPR.org, says that as far as Cyberpunk 2077 is concerned, quitting is the most punk option of them all, I presume he does not do so lightly. This is the sort of declaration a decades ago hardcore musician usually makes from a perspective of corporate authority. The layman trusts his definition of punk, and this definition guides the layman toward an entertainment purchase. For now, I will say that I find much merit in Mr. Sheehan's cathartic lowering of the not punk stamp onto Cyberpunk 2077's box art. However, I looked up NPR on Twitter.com. Like me, they have a 3-character handle. Unlike me, however, they have 8.7 million Twitter followers. I have, as of this writing, exactly 53,003. That makes me 163rd as influential as NPR. By Mr. Sheehan's own review of Cyberpunk 2077's definition, NPR is, in comparison to me, corpo scum. And thus, in this scenario, I am, by the letter of the laws, I do not make the punk. Therefore, the most anti-establishment thing I can do in this case is to like Cyberpunk 2077. So not only must I not quit the game, I must like it, simply to spite the much larger publication. I will therefore now commence an earnest attempt to assess CD Projekt Red's Cyberpunk 2077 optimistically. I like the story. The majority of the negative reviews I perused of Cyberpunk 2077 stopped to bash the story in their later thirds. Pop culture critics tended to call the story some variety of a mess, whereas game enthusiast critiquers ricocheted off the plot's very shadow, often insinuating through cloudy phraseology that the plot did not in fact even exist. Now, I'm not a game critic. I'm just a guy. I've seen a lot of films and I've read a lot of books. I've even written some fiction novels, which I refuse to publish. I've played in more bands than you'll ever hopefully understand, and I have professionally reviewed music, so that's hardly relevant right this moment. I've made some video games, yes, though none of them has had anything resembling a narrative script longer than a few sentences. I don't precisely know where I stand in the grand scheme of the world, though I don't think it too presumptuous for me to say I think in terms of people who on occasion review media, I stand somewhere between film, book, music, and game critics. Furthermore, I think I know significantly more than a little bit about how a good story is structured. And I've got to say, Cyberpunk 2077's story is pretty good. It's pretty good as a story, and it's even more pretty good as a video game story. People are talking about it like it's Batman v Superman, though it's at least as good as Southland's Tales. To best and more mathematically explain my definition of Cyberpunk 2077's narrative goodness, we'll need to, for the moment, extricate its plot from its genre. Don't worry, we'll talk about the genre later. By the way, I'm about to spoil just about every relevant large plot detail from this entire game. So, in Cyberpunk 2077, you play as a mercenary named V. The player can choose one of 3 life paths that lead V to wind up meeting, at first antagonizing, and then quickly befriending an idealistic fellow mercenary named Jackie Wells. Jackie dreams of becoming a legend. A montage fast-forwards through the first 6 months of Jackie and V's working friendship. Then we control V as V and Jackie complete one of their usual jobs. Afterward, we hear Jackie speak of the current state of his legend aspiration. Any minute now, Jackie says, something big is going to turn up. Something big starts turning up the very next day. Dexter Deshawn, a bit of a legend himself, asks V and Jackie to pull off a richly complicated heist. The heist requires preparation. They need to acquire a tool from some dangerous fellows. V and Jackie can steal the tool, buy it fairly, or do a little bit of both. All that matters is that they get it. Next, they have to confer with a businesswoman with special knowledge of the heist victim. They pore over recordings in search of clues of the heist object's exact whereabouts within a highly guarded penthouse. It turns out they're to steal a mysterious artifact from the problem child son of the world's exorbitantly wealthiest man. After they've obtained the tool and the necessary information, they undercover infiltrate a luxurious hotel, make their way to the penthouse, and steal the item. Of course, as heists in fiction often do, it all goes bad. Holed up in a closet, V and Jackie witness the rich boy murdering his rich daddy. Security intervenes. V and Jackie jump from the penthouse's roof, crash through some glass, and get hurt real bad. The mysterious artifact's case is damaged, meaning Jackie must physiologically bond with it in order to keep it from disintegrating. Jackie and V fight their way out of the hotel and into the getaway vehicle, in which Jackie sadly dies, passing the mystery artifact on to V, who philosopho-physiologically bonds with it to preserve its existence. V meets Dexter at the designated rendezvous point. The chaos caused at the heist venue upsets Dexter, who then makes a phone call in which he very clearly is buying plane tickets out of town. Dexter then shoots V in the head. V dies. However, the mysterious artifact takes effect as of the instant of V's brain's destruction. We now glimpse the past, in which the rock and roll band fronting terrorist Johnny Silverhand, played by Johnny Mnemonic, Johnny Utah, Johnny John Constantine, John Jack Traven, Jonathan Johnny Harker, and John Wick himself, Keanu Reeves, rocks a house, says goodbye to his best friend and bandmate, and flies in a helicopter to a corporate skyscraper he blows up with a nuclear bomb, shortly before getting arrested, tortured, and killed by the world's exorbitantly wealthiest man. Except, it turns out he wasn't completely killed. The torture device in fact stole his soul and preserved it in the form of a handy portable artifact. So when V awakens to see the slain trillionaire's bad-butt samurai bodyguard skull-shooting Dexter dead in the dump yard, V's no longer riding Brain solo. V's doctor, Victor, tells V that being shackled to another soul represents a mortal threat, and so the driving motivation for the rest of the story arrives. If V does not get Keanu Reeves out of
let's
their
go,
head,
finally.
V will die. A difficult, if not impossible task for any person in this real modern world, though let's remember, Cyberpunk 2077 is an escapist fantasy. Act 2 of Cyberpunk 2077's 3-act story kicks off with a forked path. V must listen to what Takemura, disgraced Ronin samurai bodyguard of the now-dead richest man alive, has to say about the stolen magical relic. V must ask Keanu Reeves' elite butt-kicking ex-almost girlfriend for help locating the scientist who created the relic in the first place. Each of these tasks digs V deeper into trouble. Keanu Reeves' ex-almost girlfriend introduces V to a 13-year-old's idea of a hot girl, Pan Am Palmer, a Borderlands cosplayer who probably likes all the Transformers movies.
Just shut up already!
even the Mark Wahlberg ones, and lives in the desert. Pan Am will help V take down an elite transport and kidnap the necessary Poindexter, though only if V helps her get revenge on some idiots that punked her a while back. After getting said revenge, Pan Am sees an opportunity for further revenge, and V can offer to help with that too, bringing us, the player, officially 4 quests, pyramid removed from the main thread of the plot. After all this, Pan Am helps us nab the boffin, whom we take to a roadside motel somewhere and tie to a chair. We ask him questions. Turns out he's only halfway sure we can exorcise the Johnny from our mnemonic. Our Ronin buddy Takemura shows up and offers the guy a glass of delicious-looking water.
Positively balanced. B did not give you a glass of water.
Next, we have to get in contact with Evelyn, the lady who provided us the information for the Doom heist in the first place. We need to know who hired her, because you figure the prospective buyer might have had a halfway decent idea of what to do with the thing they were buying, and the thing they were buying is eating our brain, so maybe they understand that behavior too. We go back to Evelyn's old place of business. She's missing. Her former associate, Judy, tells us that Evelyn had been working at a sex club recently before suddenly disappearing. Judy is worried about her. We infiltrate. We have a genuinely moving, sad conversation with a sex worker that somehow simultaneously transcends and sidesteps many of the literary tropes surrounding such conversations. We do a little detective work. We deduce that Evelyn was attacked at work. We confront the owner. He tells us Evelyn's brain got messed up by some sinister wizard, so we sold her to some people who are into some seriously sick stuff. We infiltrate the seedy underbelly of the city's sex town. We talk to the doctor, Cyber John Water, who has a clue as to the
he's a lion now.
Freaks in society there. Deep within a tactical espionage warehouse, we find Evelyn hooked up to some soul-sucking machines. We get her back to Judy's place. There's no use. Evelyn isn't going to speak every language, much less tell us any helpful information. It turns out Evelyn's brain contains several recordings of some solitary Nancy drilling she's done prior to her next factory. We dive into her memories and deduce that she's been contracted by Night City's resident Haitian spiritual Voodoo Boys. The Voodoo Boys are the city's most elite sorcerers, so they won't dare help someone who doesn't prove themselves useful first. So we help them shoot up a shopping mall to gain access to a wayward surveillance bed. It turns out the government has been watching us, waiting to pounce on the Voodoo Boys. The representative of the government asks us to not like the Voodoo Boys, and even though I fully realize that the Voodoo Boys kinda suck, and probably want to kill me the instant they figure out how to separate the relic from me, I am not a narc. 10 times out of 10, if a game offers me a choice between narking or not narking, I'm going to not narc. I don't even care if I'd be narking on someone who sucks. I'm not going to narc. Pleased for the moment by my killing skills, the Voodoo Boys escort me to a tub of ice in which they heat my brain up so hot, I enter a technologically defamiliarized purgatory in which I converse with the 50-foot woman ghost of Keanu Reeves' ex-girlfriend, who 5 decades earlier had her own soul stolen by the Japanese megacorporation. During her 50 years of residence in the spirit realm, philosophies have so transcended human sense that her vocabulary is indistinguishable. She tells us that if we can reach a MacGuffin place deep beneath the corporation's scary skyscraper, we can summon her. Only there can she delete Keanu Reeves.rar from our consciousness. In order to figure out how to breach the tower's security, we first have to agree to help Takemura get in contact with the dead rich man's daughter. The dead man's murderous son has usurped control of the megacorporation and has made it very difficult to talk to his sister. So we have to hack a parade float, which involves sneaking into a big warehouse, which requires an information gathering stakeout on a nearby rooftop. During this stakeout, we see a cat, which Takemura remarks is the first one he has seen in all of his life. We hack the parade float, then attend the parade days later. Observing from rooftops, evading security, and solving problems as they arise, we get Takemura on board the parade float and face to face with the rich sister, Hanako, whom he kidnaps, surprisingly. Takemura calls us to a shady, ramshackle place, the likes of which this city experiences no shortage. We enter to find Hanako not talking to him. We broach the subject of her brother's treachery, and she reacts with defiant disbelief. Moments later, violence finds us. Clearly, the murderous brother has mobilized the medium-sized nation's military-sized corporate guards to gun-find his missing sister at no cost to failing plaster. Yet we need no detective's license to deduce from the volume of the response that perhaps evil brother might not care if his sister died during the rescue efforts. In a city like this, making it look like an accident comes natural. In the chaos and flames and gunfire, our circumstantial friend Takemura gets lost. We can go back for him. Or not. I chose to go back for him. The guy rules. Why wouldn't I go back for him? Why wouldn't you go back for him? Why wouldn't you like this guy? He even texts you some Miyamoto Musashi quotes when you are faced with a difficult choice late in the game. You might not go back for him because Keanu Reeves tells you repeatedly not to waste your time.
He's a well-trained dog. Needs orders, that's all. And when he outlives his purpose, we'll flatline.
Throughout this whole second act of the game, Keanu Reeves talks to you constantly, either with a weird filter over his voice like he's inside your head, or clearly as a bell as his sexy ghost kicks the scenery's cans. You can see him, nobody else can. This gets awkward when you're talking to people he used to know. He's only alive for one person on Earth right now, so he does not keep any of his opinions to himself. His petty, aggressive, helpful, unhelpful, philosophical, humorous, and occasionally wistful observations pepper Cyberpunk 2077's main quest plot with a cuisine-like precision. He doesn't like anybody having anything to do with the corporation whose founder literally stole his soul 50 years ago, so he tells you to let Takemura die.
The fuck you doing? You lost it? He's beyond any sort of help.
Well, I saved him anyway. As we solve all three of these main plot threads, and as each of them ends with the disappointing information that if a solution exists, it's not going to be clean or easy, Keanu Reeves' ghost sails along a gentle character arc. At first, he attempts to manipulate us into killing ourselves. Then, eventually, he decides to help you. Depending on your choices at key points in the story, he might even start to feel good about deciding to help you. By the time you've chased all three leads to their dead ends, V's Keanu poisoning has crescendoed into fits of self-control loss. We awaken alongside Keanu's ghost at one point, haunting a blown-out apartment in which he once squatted unalive. Morosely and tersely, he communicates the melancholy of a wayward soul who respects his host enough to disappear for good. Eventually, Hanako decides she wants to talk. She sends a medium carrying her voice and mannerisms to our dumpy hotel room to communicate this message. She summons us to a fancy restaurant on a rainy night. She's cleared the place out so we can talk. She says she can't pretend anymore. She knows her brother sucks and has to die. She tells you she will help you get to the MacGuffin place if you help her deal with your brother first. The least you can do is tell her you'll think about it. Keanu's ghost hates the idea.
We ought to leave. Right now.
He throws a fit in the elevator. He does not want to work with those corpo freaks.
I want to save your life.
You end up passing out either from the stress or just because your time on Earth is almost up. Your doctor yells at you.
How much longer is this going to go on?
He says you have to make a choice about who to go kill with, or Keanu Reeves is going to replace your brain. He gives you a gun and 2 pills. One pill will awaken 100% Keanu. The other will shut him out and let you think for yourself. The gun will kill you if you want it to. Your dead best friend's girlfriend, Nicholas Winding Refn's Harley Quinn, takes you up to the roof and talks about the dead man's big dreams.
Gonna be a legend in this city.
She leaves you alone with your thoughts and Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves spells out the moral dilemma before you.
Delivering cargo. Hello. Sam Bridges, right? We've been expecting you. The gauge you brought is going to save a lot of lives. Let me do a quick inspection. Oh, wonderful. It's in perfect condition. Thank you.
Special alloys.
Once you connect us to the network, we'll be able to share our measurements with everyone. You mind doing me honors?
Level 2. Floating carrier. Oh, shelter. Neat. And safe house.
Weather forecast.
I'm sure they told you, but this weather station was built before the Death Stranding. Bridges 1 came and fixed it up. Unfortunately, we lost contact with our weather satellites a while back. Interference from chiral clouds. So it's been tough to measure chiralium levels and predict timefall. But thanks to you, this weather station can finally function as intended. You made our jobs easier. Now let us do the same for you. We won't let you down, I promise. Take care.
I see you got the weather station back online. Excellent work, Sam. When a region is integrated into the chiral network, it's also brought closer to the beach, in a manner of speaking. There's a significant impact on chiralium levels, and measuring that impact is one of the Cupid's primary functions. The more we know, the more accurately we can determine where to expect timefall and when. Without the chiral network, we'd be left guessing. Oh, and thanks to your latest accomplishment, you can now review the weather forecast via your cufflinks. Check your map. You'll see. Ought to come in handy when you're planning routes. I'll keep an eye on the chiral density from right here in my lab. It's not too far from South Knot City. Keep processing those orders and you'll put that region on the grid soon enough. Good luck, Sam.
Good work, Sam. That's one more site on the grid. Keep it up and we'll be finished before you know it. The weather station's forecast should be visible to everyone on the chiral network now. Yourself included. You can access them via your cufflinks. It could be useful when plotting your routes.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further.
So what is this?
We've added a timefall shelter option to your
Congratulations, Sam. Your PCC's leveled up, so to speak. It now has the capacity. I'll let Mama.
Sam, I've added a safe house. It's a fairly large structure, but once complete, give it a shot. A floating carrier is a kind of tractor car. Chiral crystals keep it suspended in midair, allowing it to move unimpeded over rough terrain. You can load one up with cargo and tow it to your destination with minimal effort. If one's not enough for your needs, you can hook it up to another and take two. Just keep in mind that carriers require a steady supply of chiral crystals to operate. Make sure you have enough to get where you need to go.
Oh, I got a big one? Ugh. Man, I just want to... I think I'm gonna... Oh, there's no private room. Oh, this is a terrible place to be in if I want to stop. Ugh. I'll just get back to the place.
Hate to see you go, but I know you've got places to be.
You can either work with the Corpo jerks, or you can kill yourself. V figures, no matter what they choose, innocent people are going to die. So, he decides to commit suicide. Keanu lays his hand on your shoulder and tells you made the only choice he could, and that he's glad to have known you. The camera floats up high above the city as a gunshot rings out, and the credits roll. Where I come from, neglecting to endure a last level or witness ultimate revelations or fight a final boss in order to commit suicide in a folding chair on a roof represents a pretty bold storytelling choice. It's especially remarkable to see it pulled off so quietly and not cheaply in a video game that frequently uses a tone-deaf, shock-baiting advertisement that features a man putting a pistol in his mouth due to workplace stress. Or you can choose to work with the Corpo freaks.
You absolutely sure?
Takemura and the scientist from earlier pick you up. They tell you armed guards are keeping Hanako against her will in her mansion. You infiltrate, killing everyone. With Hanako, you helicopter over to the skyscraper. Hanako reveals to you that her murdered father in fact still lives in the form of a captured soul awaiting a suitable host. You must now find and neutralize the brother at Daddy's command. You strut into a meeting room situated inside of a miniature indoor genuine rainforest. At Hanako's insistence, you testify to the board of her brother's evil commission of murder. Before everything can go smoothly, it doesn't. You battle endless fools en route to an elevator. You battle further. You fight and kill Keanu Reeves' ex-murderer. You encounter the brother, sad in the penthouse. The lone, lorn creature knows the end has come. As the traitorous brother's sister gives him a gentle hizamakura, V heads out with the scientist toward the MacGuffin place. V's brain and soul approach the snapping point. V wakes up in space, in the corporation's orbiting laboratory. As V awakens, a doctor in the room makes what is miraculously Cyberpunk 2077's first and only reference to the ship Theseus.
This is the ship of Theseus, dismantled into component parts and reassembled. Still the same ship.
Keanu's ghost is gone. The doctors have removed the relic from V. V is kept in isolation in the laboratory, asked to perform numerous repetitive brain functions. Days and weeks pass. V's only one-way contact with the outside world is a television news program which informs us that the murdered father's soul has fully inhabited his murderous son.
Oh my god, this is so far away. Just want to go home. Shit, what the fuck? Shit. Okay. I paused because I was supposed to look at something. Alright. Cool, let's leave. Actually, no, I gotta...
Someone's happy.
Oh my god.
Someone's happy.
Someone's happy. Where's my fucking bike at? Where's my bike? I know. There it is. I ran by it. Keep running by it. Alright.
Dead body, sending ethical shockwaves big enough to be felt from space. The brain function tests don't seem to indicate anything good. Our friend Takemura shows up to tell us that we cannot be saved with currently existing technology, so we face a choice. We can either go back to Earth and live the last 6 months of our life as best we can on our own terms, or we can let the corporate scientists extract our soul on purpose and archive it until they find us a suitable host, which they vaguely promise to do. By this point, we've been granted use of a telephone, though there's no one to call. Our Keanu Reeves head ghost has evaporated. Our best friend is dead, and we've forged practically no meaningful relationships elsewhere in our quest for a cure. Unless you count the doctor who yells at us every time we see him. Or our dead best friend's girlfriend who keeps trying to give us a tarot reading. In the end, we choose to let the narcs archive our soul. Our friend then leaves us. We tell him goodbye. We lay back in the pristine machine and gaze off into the ultimate void. When the credits finish rolling, 39 minutes later, the GOG Galaxy achievement informs me that only 1% of players reached this ending with Takemura still alive. That doesn't mean that 99% of players let him die. It might mean that, like, maybe not every player on record had finished the game yet. There's no way to tell from just looking at that 1% number if those players saved Takemura or let him die, or even if they got to that point at all. Though for the moment, I feel unique. I feel special. Cyberpunk 2077 made me feel special. That's how the game ends if you beeline directly through the main quest and stop for absolutely zero side diversion. Cyberpunk 2077 has 4 endings, sort of, each drastically different from the others, with many subtle or big variations dependent upon in-game story choices. And though, in game-liker parlance, this depressing soul suck in space does not constitute Cyberpunk 2077's true ending, I dare say, as an avid story dissector, that this ending carries at least a single ring of truth. This is the only ending you get if you rushed straight through the game and failed to pick up the phone when acquaintances encountered during the main quest ask you to swing by so they can talk to you about something. As far as endings go, it's sci-fi as heck, and not just because somebody brings up the ship of Theseus during it. It gingerly brings up big themes about the definition of the human soul. We hear one AI construct argue with another about how alive either of them is. It shows us a world where corporations dangerously control more of everything than they do even in our real life, and that's saying something. And outside of speculative nuances, it hits upon plenty of quietly human moments as well. Our idealistic best friend dies dreaming that the world might not be so bad. We give ourselves to an uncertain future in the end because, in the end, we can't connect with anyone other than ourselves. So, even to the player who rushes through the story just so they can delete the game to make room on their shiny new next-generation video game console's shockingly tiny solid-state drive, Cyberpunk 2077 offers a generously nuanced and thought-provoking ending that both comments on that particular player's tendency to disengage socially with in-game characters and manages to feel pretty satisfyingly dystopian science fictional in its own right. In order to access the other, truer endings, you need to have seen one or both of two convoluted side quest lines through to their conclusion. On top of that, 2 of these 3 total additional endings prominently feature your girlfriend or boyfriend, if you've completed the appropriate side quests necessary to unlock that girlfriend or boyfriend's achievement. Each of these 2 primary side quest lines unlocks a different final mission, which climaxes in a final boss battle with Keanu's 50 years ago murderer before delivering you onto the MacGuffin place, where you face the choice to either let Keanu keep your body, unlocking one remarkably moving, bittersweet ending, or say goodbye to Keanu, unlocking one of 2 differently bittersweet endings, dependent on your final mission route. One of the
All right, cool. That's the end of the stream. There's a lot that I gotta.
Some point in the future.
No, stop! Don't do that. I just hit the pause button once. I didn't hit it twice. Anyway, I gotta go, like real bad, to do a lot of things. Anyway, see you later. Bye.